Then will come to order. Senators will be in their seats, and clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Valscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schellenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
Again, I want to let you know that I've got a young man here that's accompanying me, and if anyone is interested in any of the autobiographies, his story, then he has some right over there. Nathan Jackson. Thanks for joining me. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we have lawmakers who have looked at their veto powers, the ability or the potential to not accept but to reject a law. And you have created us with the freedom to do that. But Lord, the problem we're facing is wanting to veto your law. Keep us mindful of what you had the prophet Isaiah tell us in chapter 33, verse 22, that you are our judge, our lawgiver, and our king. And when we acknowledge you as champion in all three capacities, we can see you as head of our three branches of government. It is then that we can see you as our Savior. That's why it spells disaster to attempt vetoing your governance. Lord, help us to see you as our lawgiver. You've given us the laws to show us what's right. As our executor, you've given us how to regulate, manage, and apply. As our judge, you address any of the violations. And Lord, you have not created us with the power to veto or overrule you. No matter how many of us vote against the principles of your word, according to James chapter 1, verse 17, you don't change. And what you say continues to stand. Help us to know that in the structure of your economy, there's no such thing as a majority rule. By your Holy Spirit, please show us your rulership and be our Savior. I offer this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Messages from the House. Clerk will read. Yeah, sorry, I went right over that. So we're going to back up to a point of personal privilege. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. If any of my colleagues need their hips or backs or legs worked on, we got some physical therapist students here with us today. Proud to welcome 3 Wichitans sitting here to my back left, Justin Tangney, Ryan Watterson, and Matthew Reeves. Proud to have them here with us today on their day on the Hill. So just ask the Senate, if you need any assistance, they can help you. Thank you.
Welcome to the Kansas Senate. Now, messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2094, an act concerning public assistance relating to child care assistance, non-cooperation with child support, requiring the Secretary to conduct reviews of cooperation, requiring work registrants aged 50 through 59 to complete an employment and training program to receive food assistance, amending KSA 2022 Sup 39-709, and repealing the existing section, was received on April 24, 2023, and read on April 25, 2023. Leaders from both parties should be looking for ways to help people afford the basics, not burdening our hardworking Kansans who are just trying to get by. With inflation causing the prices of goods and services to skyrocket, Kansans need relief, not further barriers. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2094. A motion was made that House Bill 2094 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 84 yeas and 40 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2390 or 2094 has 2 portions, and I feel that the governor failed to recognize one of them, which is very important. And that is that the Deputy Secretary of DCF received a letter saying that the state of Kansas was in noncompliance from the Federal Administration for Children and Families, and to avoid this penalty, they need to make sure that they have every 12 months a full review, a continuous review of assistance to families. That's a portion of this bill. The other part, of course, is that we already have in law that if you are an individual age 18 to 49, that you must participate in a work program as long as you are able, or you must hold down a job for at least 30 hours a week. So there are lots of, listed in your packet, there are lots of exemptions. So if an individual currently is subject to or complying with the work registration requirement, a parent or other member of a household with responsibility for the care of a dependent under age 6, etc., for the age 50 to 59 portion. So the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2094 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauske-Doe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if there was any consideration made in the requirement of the 30-hour per week piece, that if a person working at whatever company they're working at, if in fact their hours change per week, so 1 week they might work 30 hours, 1 week their hours might be cut to 27, would they then be held to this? And I mean, was that taken in consideration, Mr. President?
Senator from Johnson.
That's a very good question. Thank you, Mr. President. Absolutely. I mean, they aren't going to, this is not done on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. It's an overall look at their employment.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, that then creates another question for the gentlelady carrying the measure. So when would it be accessed? When would that judgment be made to deny them of those benefits?
Senator from Johnson.
It would be assessed at the same time, and it's assessed for the 18 to 14-year-old population.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, usually those that receive benefits from DCF or from SNAP or those type of programs, there's usually a 6-month or an annual assessment of their qualifications to continue receiving benefits. So would it fall into that time frame?
Senator from Johnson.
I can only say that I would assume if that were the same as the 18 to 49 population, we know that there is at least 6 months for them to evaluate. People are not taken on and off and on and off in short periods of time.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I don't know how this vote will go, but if this measure does pass into law, I would hope that we would not require a different time of that reevaluation of someone receiving those benefits, that they would just fall in the current law category of every 6 months or every annual reevaluation report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had distributed to everyone's desk a letter from 161 organizations who care about our neighbors experiencing food insecurity, and they oppose efforts to restrict access to food assistance through this bill. This bill was put up many barriers to aging food insecure Kansans who are eligible for the 100% federally funded food assistance benefits known as SNAP. As local organizations serving Kansas, we were shocked to learn that only one organization supported this provision, an organization from Florida. Opportunity Solutions Project, based in Tallahassee, wants to put these food assistance policies in place in Kansas, but Floridians won't pass the increased cost to expand bureaucratic red tape and hire employees to manage it. Kansans will. Floridians won't be the ones getting buried in paperwork. State employees and our older neighbors asking for assistance in Kansas will. Floridians won't be the ones to lose their food assistance and with it their ability to shop in their local grocery stores for the food that their families need. Vulnerable Kansans will. Floridians won't be the ones asked to donate money, food, and time to charitable organizations like ours, which will be stretched even further as more hungry people turn to our help, but Kansans will. So if you look at the list, it is a variety of people, Sisters of Charity of Leavenworth, Flint Hills Breadbasket, Catholic Charities of Northeast Kansas, Safe Home. I just encourage you to look at this list. Shepherd's Heart Food Pantry of Wichita, Wichita Family Crisis Center. So one organization from out of state is trying to put barriers and hurt our most vulnerable, but the organizations that are on the ground helping these people put food on their plates are asking us to sustain this veto, and I do as well.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, care to reply?
I received this letter in my office and read it, and I would love to speak with these folks because I think there's a great deal of misunderstanding. It's not taking food away from anybody. It's just saying that we in the state of Kansas would like, if we're going to give you tax dollars toward food, that you give an effort to work. There are definitely exemptions there. It's no different than the 18 to 49-year-olds. Very proud of the food bank that we offer at our church and that people are willing and able to come to get the assistance that they need.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I think it is interesting that the senator from Johnson just mentioned about people coming to food banks, and that definitely is true. People of all means are increasing their use of food banks, and those food banks are being run by private sources and are at their max of capacity. I do have a question. So for the carrier, so what's the average SNAP benefit? I was out of the room for a minute. Was this asked earlier?
Senator from Johnson.
I believe you asked it earlier when we first had it on the floor, Mr. President. I believe that question was asked earlier. I don't have those notes in front of me today.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I think it's like $2 a day. And do you also, so we're talking about denying someone between the age of 50 and 59 that benefit, and I think I would challenge most of us to be able to make it on $2 a day for our food. The other thing is that, do you know where we rank in the country when it comes to SNAP benefits?
Senator from Johnson.
I do not.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. We rank 46th in the nation when it comes in terms of SNAP participation. So if this body is thinking that we have a lot of people in Kansas that are eligible or even taking advantage of SNAP benefits, that would mean that there are actually only 4 states that have fewer residents that are taking advantage of SNAP benefits. So here we are making another group of Kansans, low-income Kansans, ineligible for food. And I know that I've said this before, and I'll just say it again, that we, if we want people to be working and we want them to be employed, then just like with school children, they need nourishment, they need food. And without adequate food, then they're not going to be healthy enough to be employed. And that, of course, that's part of the reason why this age group has never been 50 to 59 been included within this able body description. Saying that they do not have dependents does not necessarily mean that there aren't family members that are not dependent on them. It also doesn't mean that they're not working because 30 hours a week, if they don't get to have that employment every week at the minimum wage job, then they might end up at the month falling into that category. So again, we are discriminating against Kansans who are of low means, and we're talking about food access. One of the pieces within this bill talks about the DCF portion, and that portion of this bill is already addressed in other pieces of legislation this year. So that should not be a concern when it comes to House Bill 2094. I would just remind this body that we are, just as the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes mentioned, this came to us from out of state. It did not come from organizations within the state of Kansas. It is not being promoted by those that are even being encouraged by those organizations that are providing food assistance for our most needy families. They are saying, why would we want to increase our discrimination again when it comes to food security against Kansans? I would encourage you to not support overriding this veto.
Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question for the carrier is, do we have an approximate number of how many people that we're going to quit giving food to?
Senator from Johnson.
I personally do not have an approximate number, except I would like to clarify. Again, this is encouraging people to be part of a work program, to raise their station of where they are in work, to give them bus service or transportation to go to work, encouraging them to participate in an employment program and work and training program. And if we're focusing on we're taking food away from people. Granted, if you're a single person in Kansas, according to the website, it's $250 a month. And all we're saying is that we would like for these folks, just like the 18 to 49-year-olds, to work, to participate in a work training program, improve their station in life by doing this.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. President. So how many people then are going to be losing these services? Do we have an approximate number? If this was enacted today, do we have an approximate number of how many individuals would be losing these services?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, no one would be losing services immediately. They would have plenty of time to participate in the program.
Senator from Finney.
So 3 months from now, do we have any idea how many people would be losing these services?
Senator Johnson.
Well, I would have no idea how many people would choose not to participate in the work program. And again, we have a full list of exemptions.
Senator from Finney.
No, I'm done. Thanks.
No. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Vasquito.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've served in the legislature for a while, and I look in the gallery, and I look even here on the Senate floor with new senators and some new people in the gallery. I ran for office to help fix the SINC program, the Child in Need of Care program, which also includes welfare benefits, food stamps, medical assistance for certain ages. And then, and over in the House of Representatives, I served there, and I've been talking about this same issue for many, many years. And so, Mr. President, we currently, when we went to the Welfare to Work program, most of what we're trying to do here, again, on the Senate floor is already within the law. Usually when people fill out that thick application, even if they are an individual person with no children, we already have federal laws that allow them to apply. Mr. President, most, you know, I check this stuff out. Those, when they go to the DCF office in Wichita, Kansas, when they fill out that application, they are referred to go and visit with Keith Loyne over at the Wichita Workforce Center. In that application, you're already required to do this. I just find it amazing that we continue to give tax breaks to other corporate businesses, and Mr. President, when we mention the working poor, most of the people, because you can't even get the benefits in the first place if you don't comply to those rules. And Mr. President, I just want to say this. We know that prices of food has went up. I was even thinking about getting my own chickens to lay the eggs, because every time I go back to Wichita and I stop at the store, I mean, gosh, the dozen of eggs, they just keep going up and up. And so, Mr. President, I have proof that most of the people that we are speaking of affecting, even if it's the age category, that's already addressed within law, and if somewhat as well, Mr. President. But these people, they're not driving in their fancy cars to go to Dillon's or other supermarkets. They don't have transportation to get to the farmer's market for fresh fruits and vegetables. They are walking, they are taking the bus to the Family Dollar store. I went in there myself just to see what's going on, and they are coming out with grocery baskets. That food in there is more expensive. It's processed food. It aids to bad health, diabetes, high blood pressure, etc. And so, I mean, just imagine if whatever food stamp benefits you were receiving in the first place, now you've got to pay more for bread, eggs, and milk. I wholeheartedly believe, Mr. President, that everyone should have skin in the game. But to continue to, if I had more evidence of these individuals have applied, they've received, they're not following the rules of receiving those benefits in that age category, it would make more sense. but the welfare to work program and these issues, I study the Sync case. On Sundays, I watch Westerns, and I keep updated with what's going on within. We look at DCF under the umbrella. Sometimes it's only foster care issues, but it's so many other issues under that umbrella of those just seeking help for, because if you are a single individual, let's say a male and no children, you can only get food stamps in the first place. You're not getting a medical card. You're not getting a welfare check with benefits. You're not getting that. Mr. President, down in Wichita on Topeka Boulevard, Broadway, Central, etc., our homeless population are lined up out there and they just need food. We've got to help people somehow. And so I just don't see the major benefit of this, because the information that I have, and show me some different information if you have it, is that when you apply for the food stamps as a single able-bodied person, you can only get a little food stamps, which doesn't go far in the first place. I oppose the legislation. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. 7,600. To the question posed by the senator from Finney County, that is the number of individuals that would be affected by this bill. This is another attempt to hurt the working poor to the benefit of wealthy organizations. Again, 7,600 individuals will be affected by this legislation. And contrary to the claim that maybe people don't quite understand this bill, I ask you to look at the list of 161 organizations on here from Kansas, Abilene, Dodge City, Hayes, Independence, Lawrence, Manhattan, Olathe, Prescott, Topeka. These are Kansas organizations that say this is a bad idea, whereas we have one organization from out of state telling us we should do this. This is a very bad idea. Please listen to the organizations in Kansas who have studied this and do not have a misperception or misunderstanding of what this bill does. Because keep in mind, those 7,600 individuals, those are people who already are able to access the training services that have been talked about. This is a shameful bill. We should not be supporting this.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I was going to give that number as well, of the 7,600 Kansans, but also clarify some misleading comments from the carrier here. This is not going to save Kansas any dollars, because SNAP dollars are federal dollars. This is going to increase the burden and actually cost Kansans, because we are deviating from the federal program. And this is not encouraging work. This is requiring that these 7,600 individuals work at least 30 hours a week or they lose their food. It's encouraging. Encouraging is different than requiring, and we're requiring 30 hours a week of people who don't control their hours because they're hourly wages, and they don't likely get sick days. Again, I'm going to stand with 161 organizations who have their boots on the ground, and they know this is going to hurt Kansans, not the one organization in Florida that is getting into our policy.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, do you care to respond?
I will wait.
Chair recognizes the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm lucky because at my age, I have a desk job. That's not true of everyone else in my community. I know people who are roofers. I know people who dig ditches. Lots of people who carry plaster out of a house when it's being renovated. Some of those jobs aren't so easy to do when you're 57 or 58 or 59. Sometimes those are jobs where someone's injured I believe that this makes no sense, and it certainly makes no sense at this age. I like my job, but I respect others who have different jobs, have taken different paths. Those are people I want to consider. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't help when we're talking numbers. So I feel it's relevant to point out versus the 7,600 number where I don't know if that's legit or not, but the thousands of working poor that we just affected yesterday. We've had opportunity in this chamber to vote for true zero on healthy food to give them better access. The group complaining says no. We've had opportunity to go to state zero on groceries in line with the governor. Said no. Had the opportunity to go to zero on the first portions of their income, put money in their pocket. She said no. It's like everything has to be built around a government program and a handout. This doesn't forcefully take anybody off. It gives them all the opportunity to work and participate. I just wanted to point out, I didn't think it could not be pointed out. I don't want to call anybody a hypocrite, but the disconnect between the logic of what happened yesterday and what I'm hearing today is astounding. You want to help the working poor? We need to revisit some stuff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I do apologize for standing up at this late time. I would prefer to give the last word to our president. But I do think just briefly it's important to take a step back and look at how you perceive our safety net. You know, a weak safety net provides handouts and then people turning their back. A strong safety net provides help, provides a hand up. This bill is a hand up, not just a handout. This is a good bill. This is a Kansas value-based bill, and I certainly support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll just point out that in order to benefit from a tax break, when I'm poor, I need to be making money. In order for somebody who needs food to get a tax break, they need to have a job and be making money. Sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes people struggle in between different skill sets. The bill today is vastly different than it was we considered yesterday. We have 150 organizations, religious organizations that worked hard throughout the pandemic to assure food safety for a lot of our citizens who stand vehemently opposed to this. I don't believe this is a good bill, and I will be voting no.
Seeing no other questions, I recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and I appreciate the comments from our president and totally agree. I just want to clarify a couple of things. Someone said that they have to work 30 hours a week to get food stamps. That's just not true. That's one of the exemptions. They just have to participate in the employment and training program. An exemption for participating in that program is if you work at least 30 hours a week. So just to clarify that. And I understand from the department that this has been working well. Yes, we've had this employment and training program, but we didn't have very many people who are participating. More people are participating in that program. I agree with what was spoken that in order to buy food, you need to have a job. That's what this is all about. We want to help people to be able to get a job, get the employment and the training that they need to not only get a job, but a better job. Also was mentioned that the portion of the bill that was requested by DCF in a response to a letter that they received that they're in non-compliance with the federal government. I've been doing my research here. I've asked others to do research. I can find no other place in legislation or another bill that addresses that but this bill. And with that, I will close. Thank you.
We are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Hallie. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote no because my district is 10 counties, 9 of them extremely rural. Most of them are senior citizens. I don't know where they're going to be able to get job training or how far they'll have to go to get job training in any rural community. So this plan probably is a good plan if you live in urban areas. But unfortunately in Kansas, most of Kansas is rural, and I need to be guided on how I can tell my constituents that are in the 50 to 59 range where they can go find job training. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte is Senator Petty.
Thank you. I vote no. Over 21 organizations in my area are providing food assistance, and they say, no, this is not good legislation. This does not help our working poor, and it does not provide the necessary food and assistance, financial assistance, to make them viable citizens of Kansas and employable. If we really care about all of our Kansans, then we would want them to have access to food. 21 organizations in my community are doing that, along with the other 140 across the state. I vote no.
Chair recognizes the senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just don't think food should ever be held as a reward or a punishment for behavior. As a school teacher, I've always felt you shouldn't give an M&M for doing the right thing or withhold food because you didn't do the right thing. Food is just a human right, and it should just be given if you're hungry, period. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't know whether or not the senators from Wyandotte and the senators from Riley will be asking that their EOVs be made a part of the record. If they do, I would beg leave to be a part of those. My comments are simply, I don't understand why food becomes an issue. You know, last night, Mr. Vice President, I went to a tremendous dinner, as many of you did. Very nice, opulent. And I looked at what was left on the table afterwards. What was thrown away from that dinner, the amount of food that was scraped to the side and put in the garbage or left for the staff was phenomenal. it would have fed many, many people. You don't have any problems, Mr. Vice President, for opulent organizations to waste tons of food to ensure that somebody, but when it comes to ensuring that those who cannot afford, for whatever reason, to have their daily bread, you have no problems then being parsimonious and hard-hearted. I just can't believe the hypocrisy or the mean-spiritedness when it comes to one of the greatest agricultural states in this country saying no to providing the daily bread for all of our populations. And I'm sorry to see this legislation not be thwarted.
You care to have your words spread on the journal?
Mr. Vice President, if again, I don't know if the senators from Wyandotte and/or Riley will be doing their EOV, I would like to join their remarks and potentially will offer additional ones myself, if I might reserve that opportunity.
And I failed to mention, for those that did give an explanation, please submit your remarks to the clerk before we adjourn. Are there any, Senator from Cedric, Senator Faust-Cadeau?
Mr. Vice President, I'd like to join the gentlelady's remarks from Riley.
Duly noted.
Thank you.
Are there any other explanations of vote? Are there any changes of vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (20) 28 in favor and 12 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2094. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Message from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of Senate Substitute for House Bill 2138, an act concerning education relating to school districts requiring separate overnight accommodations for students of each biological sex during school district-sponsored travel, requiring contracts for exclusive broadcasts of State High School Activities Association activities to permit certain local broadcasts, providing for administrative review of resolutions to permanently close a school building, amending KSA 72-1431, and repealing the existing section, April 20th, 2023, and read on April 24, 2023. Companies have made it clear that they are not interested in doing business with states that discriminate against workers and their families. By stripping away rights from Kansans and opening the state up to expensive and unnecessary lawsuits, these bills would hurt our ability to continue breaking economic records and landing new business deals. I am focused on the economy. Anyone care to join me? Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 26, Senate Bill 180, Senate Bill 228, and Senate Sub for House Bill 2138. A motion was made that Senate Sub for House Bill 2138 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto by a vote of 85 yeas and 39 nays, the motion having received and the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Bob Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Substitute for House Bill 2138, unfortunately, again, has been misrepresented by our governor in her veto message. This does not have a negative impact on our Kansas economy. In fact, one portion of this bill addresses economic impact by allowing our local broadcasters, those that broadcast in a regular season activity, to be able to broadcast when it gets to when we're participating in our postseason activity. In fact, this law provides that broadcast services from the school that's participating in a postseason should be allowed for those broadcasters that have broadcast at least 1/3 of the events of the activity during the regular season. And I think many of you know that KSHA, our High School Athletics Association, entered into a binding contract, not only a 5-year contract, but it immediately rolls into a renewal for another 5 years to an out-of-state corporation. So the funding for this broadcast is going out of state. Not only that, but it is providing very poor services to our state residents. They've installed pan, tilt, zoom cameras at the top of our cafegematoriums, and oftentimes what is broadcast is very pixelated. Typically, the complaints that we've heard are that when we are in postseason competition, this outside organization decides at the last minute whether or not they are willing to broadcast that postseason, not allowing local broadcasters to move in and provide those services. To make matters worse, for the public to watch these postseason activities, they must pay a monthly fee for that cable access. Now I'm going to speak to the misinformation again that's in the governor's message, and that is about discriminatory practices. And unfortunately, I don't think it was understood what that requirement is for overnight stays. It simply is that every school district in our state would adopt a policy about overnight accommodations. And we believe that that is necessary because, you know, that organization I spoke to, KSHA, it is KSHA that leads to the most overnight activities, those extracurricular activities where students during regular competition during the season and then in postseason competition are traveling throughout the state and are needing to have overnight stays. All the ask is that every school board develop a policy for appropriate accommodations. Those accommodations would address relationships that students have. They would also address biological sex during travel. And might I add one component, though it is not explicit in this bill, but we understand that it has been occurring during KSHA-involved overnight stays, that students would not be sharing a hotel room with a coach. So all it's asking is every school district would adopt a policy. We're not saying what that policy would be. That's up to the local school boards to determine what is most appropriate for their parents, for the students, and for that community. The last component of this bill is one that should be troubling, particularly to any of us that represent rural school districts. And that is that opportunity for reconsideration should a school board determine that they're going to close a building that would mean children in that community would have to be transported to a different community to attend our public schools. And all it does is it sets up that the state board will have an advisory determination, and based on their determination, the local board of education would be required to reconsider the original resolution to close the building. Now, this isn't automatic. It does require that 5% of registered voters of the school district sign a request. We already know of nearly 10 different school districts that have already taken action or are in the process of taking action to close a school building that only service building for a particular community that in many cases would cause these children to travel more than 30 miles. Oftentimes it is felt, at least we heard in testimony, that the closing of the building wasn't because the building wasn't ADA compliant. In fact, in one community, they're closing the ADA compliant building, but they're keeping open in another town the ADA non-compliant building. It is simply requiring that the community has that process of recourse, and that the recourse would be through the State Board of Education. The veto message of the governor has been read, and I move that Senate substitute for House Bill 2138 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. Now, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, we are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Baumgartner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Excuse me, recognize the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "30 in favor, 9 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on Senate Sub 4, House Bill 2138. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2264, an act concerning health and health care relating to abortion, requiring certain notifications that a medication abortion may be reversed, excluding certain procedures from the definition of abortion, amending KSA 40-2, 190, 65-4A01, 65-6701, 65-6708, 65-6723, and 65-6742, and repealing the existing sections, was received on April 19th, 2023, and read on April 24th, 2023. In August, Kansans made it clear that they believe personal health care decisions should be made between a woman and her doctor, not politicians in Topeka. This bill would interfere with that relationship, and given the uncertain science behind it, could be harmful to Kansans' health. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2264. A motion was made that House Bill 2264 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 84 yeas and 40 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2264 merely adds to the women's right to know of informed consent. Since 1998, the Kansas State Department of Health and Environment, KDHE, has provided written abortion-informed consent materials. These are to be given to a woman who is asking for an abortion and before and at the abortion appointment. About 68% of abortions are chemical abortions. They use a regimen of 2 pills. So the first set of pills is given typically at an office, a medical office. However, the other set of pills are sent home with the woman, and those are taken 24 to 48 hours later. Sometimes women decide, maybe I acted too hastily, I regret my decision, is there anything that I can do? And they're not aware that there is something that could potentially be done. This just gives them that knowledge. We know that since December 2022, the Abortion Pill Rescue Network has assisted women in 77 different countries and 50 states in the U.S. Since 2012. More than 4,000 babies have been saved. And there is a better chance of this child surviving, 64 to 68%, compared to taking the first pill. The first pill is only at 23%. The supplemental hormones have been used for decades to provide bona fide treatment for women struggling with infertility or pregnancies that are prone to miscarriage, to potentially help them try to save that baby during miscarriage. Whether you consider yourself pro-choice or pro-life, this is just giving women knowledge. This is allowing women to know what are their options. Do I have a choice? We hear many times of women who are coming in and maybe they felt like they were coerced, they were forced. Maybe it's an abusive boyfriend. Who knows what the reason could be? They felt they had no hope. They went in and took the first pills and then felt like maybe there was a choice, maybe I acted hastily. This at least allows these women to know there is a possibility that this could be reversed. So the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2264 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. Are there any questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would say that this legislation, as the carrier said, provides a choice, but in fact, it provides confusion because a woman and her family who have come to this point and making that decision are looking at what is evidence-based. There is very little, in fact, there was only one study that did not have a proper control group that even suggested that this was a possibility for a reversal after the first pill. So it's not rooted in evidence-based practice. This is just another attempt by politicians, that's us, to insert ourselves between the patient and the provider. And that woman who is making a very personal decision. Kansans voted this summer that they believed in that a woman's personal autonomy. And when this legislation was passed in North Dakota, the state was sued. So I guess we're looking at going down that same track. I would encourage you to vote no.
Are there other questions, comments? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Actually, as part of our Supreme Court ruling, they did not rule against any portion of the woman's right to know. And this being a woman's right to know, I think we can all agree that she should have as much information as possible. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Seeing no other questions, we are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bagg. Faustido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbein. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "29 in favor, 11 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority, having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2264, the motion prevails and the bill passes. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2325, an act concerning insurance relating to the Healthcare Provider Insurance Availability Act, adding maternity center to the definition of healthcare provider contained therein, designating certain healthcare providers as being ineligible to purchase professional liability insurance from the Healthcare Stabilization Fund, requiring such healthcare providers to maintain continuous professional liability coverage equivalent to that provided by the Healthcare Stabilization Fund as a condition of licensure, amending KSA 40-3401 and 40-3403A and repealing the existing sections was received April 24th, 2023 and read on April 25th, 2023. In August, Kansans voted against politicians in Topeka placing extreme restrictions on a woman's freedom to make her own personal health care decisions. This bill goes against the will of the voters by depriving women of access to their constitutional right. It is also misleading. The truth is, no taxpayer dollars goes to the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2325. A motion was made that House Bill 2325 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 84 yeas and 40 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2325 amends the definition of healthcare provider for purposes of the healthcare provider in participation with the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. As you may recall, this is a state benefit to give a lower cost for liability for certain providers. We have maternity centers, birthing centers that have wanted to participate in this Healthcare Stabilization Fund, some of whom were unable to get liability insurance. We had to have one facility that was closed in Wyandotte. We're hoping that that can be reopened. It also says that any facility that offers elective abortions and they're performed may not participate in the fund. And the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2325 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. Are there any questions? The chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I would just remind the body that the Healthcare Stabilization Fund, we're the only state in the country that has a Healthcare Stabilization Fund, and there are no taxpayer money that goes into the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. It's totally funded by the premiums that are paid by the medical providers. The Healthcare Stabilization Fund was put in place so that a taxpayer who might be suing a healthcare provider, the maximum was $500,000 of their coverage, and that lawsuit might exceed that. So for excess costs, the Healthcare Stabilization Fund was put in place so that Kansans would be, in the case of a suit, would be have the possibility of collecting from these providers. So that's why we have it in place. And but what this does now with this legislation, even though has no taxpayer dollars at all, is this legislation wants to regulate abortions facilities into bankruptcy. Again, Kansans voted in August saying they believe in the right of a woman to make a choice, and we're, through this legislation, trying to make sure that that choice is not available. I just want to remind you that it's going against the will of our citizens. Whether an abortion procedure is something that someone wants to choose, they're making that choice with their family and their healthcare provider, and access should be available. Using this Healthcare Stabilization Fund as another means to deny that is just inappropriate and going against what Kansas voters have spoken. They do not want the legislature to create laws that restrict their constitutional right to an abortion.
Are there any other questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you very much. We did hear in committee and see with our own eyes documents that showed that the Healthcare Stabilization Fund was originally started with taxpayer money. We saw that money is currently commingled within the state general fund, and we know that the Healthcare Stabilization Fund is a state department. I don't believe for 1 second that the majority of the people in Kansas want taxpayer money funding abortion, but that's a separate issue altogether. But I think it needs to be clarified from the comments we heard earlier. This is a simple bill that maintains some simple redesignations, and it's a good bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator President Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And some of it just got covered by the senator from Reno, but the couple statements that are factually incorrect is that it somehow is against the will of the people of Kansas. We have had a long-standing and long-supported taxpayer dollars should not go to support abortion stance in this state, period. This is a natural extension of that. Those are state resources. The very fact that we have developed the fund makes it a state resource. It was supported originally by taxpayer dollars. And I would say that the dollars that support the fund are still state resources. It's a simple, natural extension of the long-standing policy we've had in the state that they should not have state resources supporting abortion, and was encouraged to vote to override the veto.
The chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I would just remind the body that the Stabilization Fund requires providers to obtain their own excess coverage. It helps them to get that. And we already have legislation concerning state dollar or taxpayers' dollars being used for abortions. This does not have taxpayers' dollars. These are private funds that support and are in the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. It is a misrepresentation to say they are taxpayers' dollars. That is a misrepresentation. Kansans did vote, and they do support a woman's right to autonomy. This is going against ability to have insurance, which protects Kansans.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lyons, Senator Longbine.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wholeheartedly support the provisions concerning the abortion clinics. Unfortunately, this bill was put in with a provision that I can't support, and that is the maternity centers being changing the definition to where they can participate in the Healthcare Stabilization Fund. These particular clinics are not owned by a provider. The Healthcare Stabilization Fund is designed for licensed physicians and providers, and this is kicking the door open to corporate medicine. I voted no on it previously when the bill came across, and I'll be voting no again.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just to clarify, as was stated, this is a state resource. There are 40 employees that work for this department, for the Stabilization Fund. However, was also stated, these are paid by these providers, whether it be the hospital, et cetera. We did see that KU, for example, pays their money into the state general fund, but then it's just a direct transfer in, or is paid into general funds as direct transfer into the Stabilization Fund. The point is this. The point is we provide this service where when you consolidate these funds from all these various entities, it allows them to get a lower cost for their liability insurance. That's what we're talking about here. And so when you have a birthing center or a maternity center that's unable to get liability insurance like what happened in Wyandotte County, they have been asking to participate. They hire doctors. They have medical providers on staff. As was mentioned, one of them, who owns the maternity center in Overland Park and Wyandotte County, the woman herself that owns this, no, she herself is not a provider, but she started this, hires doctors, nurses, et cetera, for the birthing center and the maternity center. So the decision was made that this center could still be considered, the center itself, as a healthcare provider. I might also add, doctors themselves who participate in these centers that offer elective abortions, the doctors themselves can participate in the fund, just not the actual center.
Seeing no other questions, we are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Aye.
Chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
We get a preliminary count, please.
$25 yay, 11 nay.
Thank you.
Call the Senate. Seeing 5 hands, Sergeant of Arms will close the door. Senators will be in your seats. Call the roll, please.
Dahl. Haley. Holscher. Pittman.
We'll lift. We'll lift the call. Sorry, didn't get the mic on. Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 25 in favor, 15 against, a two-thirds constitutional majority not having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2325. The motion does not prevail and the veto is sustained. The message is from the House. The clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of House Bill 2350, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to crimes against persons, creating the crimes of human smuggling and aggravated human smuggling, providing criminal penalties therefore, was received on April 24th, 2023, and read on April 25th, 2023. House Bill 2350 is the product of a rushed process. I agree immigration issues need to be addressed, but this bill will have unintended consequences from disseminating our agriculture workforce to allowing the state to encroach into Kansans' personal lives. You just have to look at basic examples. If a Good Samaritan gives his or her fellow Kansan a ride to work and receives gas money in exchange, or if a paramedic, while on duty, transports someone to the emergency room, they could be subject to a level 5 felony. That overcriminalization is unnecessary and shows that lawmakers haven't considered the full impact of this bill. Kansans deserve considered comprehensive legislation when it comes to immigration, not bills with sweeping language that would hurt law-abiding Kansas citizens and open the state up to expensive lawsuits. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2350. A motion was made that House Bill 2350 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By vote of 85 yeas and 39 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2350 is a bill obviously we all have seen before, and it creates the crime of human smuggling. And the only thing that has changed since the last time this chamber has overwhelmingly supported this piece of legislation with a vote of 36-2, large bipartisan support of this bill. The only thing that has changed, I would submit, is the politics, and that is the governor has sent a veto message and has vetoed the bill. So I would like to address the veto message and hopefully address some of the concerns that maybe you have been hearing from your districts. Would like to first state that the governor agrees in her statement that immigration issues need to be addressed. And that's exactly what HB 2350 does. And it does so in an appropriate manner that does not impact or criminalize the behavior suggested by the governor. If, for instance, you are a Good Samaritan and you are giving your fellow Kansan a ride to work and you receive gas money in exchange, that by definition is not human smuggling in this bill, because you are giving the person a ride to work. Why is that not human smuggling? It's because the bill, to be human smuggling requires the following. One of the elements is you have to knowingly, or should have known, that the individual you are transporting is likely to be exploited for the financial gain of another. Exploited is an important term in this bill. If you're going to work and you're being paid a salary or a wage, that is not exploitation. So giving someone a ride to work is not going to be human smuggling. And likewise, if you're a paramedic, as suggested by the governor, while on duty and you're transporting someone to the emergency room, neither is that human smuggling. That is, you are not transporting someone to the emergency room so that they can be exploited for the financial gain of another. Rather, you are transporting them for the purpose of receiving health care services. So we can look at the message from the governor that may be causing some concern, but I would say that is very misplaced concern because of all the examples shown in the veto message. None of those are categorized as human smuggling. None of those are criminal activities under the bill. Neither is if you're an Uber driver driving someone to work. That is not defined as human smuggling in this bill. So I want to also acknowledge the continued bipartisan support of this bill from our colleagues in the House. With the veto override vote by the House, it was bipartisan support. And I would ask for the support of this chamber as well for the bill, and we'll stand for questions. And the veto message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2350 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. Are there any questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, I voted against this bill originally because it would doubly victimize those who are supposedly being rescued from human trafficking. But since then, I've learned a lot more and have heard from many of my constituents who have profound problems that it would affect their lives deeply. Now, you may or may not subscribe to the specific instances that the good senator from Johnson listed, but the fact remains that there are many, many Kansans who feel as though this would be a big problem in their lives. And besides those specifics, the fact is this policy is already in Kansas law. It reads, recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion of the purpose of subjecting the person to involuntary servitude or forced labor. That's an excerpt out of our Kansas law. On the federal level, it's already covered. Both the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Labor already have procedures in place to prevent and penalize human smuggling and labor smuggling. And the Supreme Court is considering U.S. versus Hansen, looking at the problem of encouraging or inducing unlawful immigration for financial gain. So for all of these reasons, I voted against it originally, but now, since I have learned so much more in the interim, my no vote is far more firm. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Seeing none, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Again, having addressed the message from the governor and that the examples given, those would not be subject to criminal penalties for human smuggling. And with that, then, I would ask for the body's continued support of the bill. Thank you.
We are ready for final action. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Bellinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Vascado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbein. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee.
Aye.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Dahl. Are there any explanations of vote? Any changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "30 in favor, 9 against, a 2/3 constitutional majority having voted in favor of overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2350. The motion prevails and the bill passes. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bills: Senate Bill 8 and House Bill 2010.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Conference committee reports. Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, on Senate Bill 8.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopts Conference Committee Report SB 8.
You may explain.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So this Conference Committee report was signed at approximately 6 to 6:30 p.m. We all remember on Holy Thursday. And the House was able to vote on it at after 4 a.m. Good Friday. So I thank our leadership for making a wise decision. It was late, and we will pick up our business from there. Senate Bill 8 has several provisions in it. I'll just start down the list. First, it has the original bill started with personal filings on personal property taxes. It was brought to us by the good senator from Reno, why people hadn't realized before that these penalties were so egregious. If you were late filing a personal property tax, it would be over a 50% penalty if it was over a year. That's a pretty hefty fine. So the Senate Tax Committee went from there. We made a couple of changes on it. Requirements as to the Board of Tax Appeals and the appraisers are required to accept reasonable arguments as to why the filings were late. We considerably lowered the penalties on these personal property tax filings, and a major change that I think is really good is you no longer have to file these forms unless there is a change in your personal property items. The House had a position to set the date so that it would go into effect this year on those filings. We accepted that offer. Next was the agritourism land classification. We've been hearing from some constituents that appraisers have decided if you're selling items on ag land, that it should be deemed commercial, classified commercial instead of agriculture. So we codified that in law. It was a House position. We did accept it. Homestead property tax freeze. This body is very familiar with it. We passed it last year. The House graciously accepted, and they graciously accepted the changes that we made. There were a few adjustments, negotiating, going back and forth, but I'm happy to report we landed on a pretty good model. So the property tax freeze for low-income seniors in this legislation would take the income tax, household income tax, from $50,000 to $80,000. It would also $95,000. The House thought that was too rich. Obviously, they don't have as many constituents in the larger communities that some of us do. I'm kidding, but what it does do is we agreed on $500,000, and there is an equation from last year that increases that based off of a real estate equation every year, a 10-year look back. We also exempted the income limit threshold for disabled veterans. So this legislation that we passed last year that we fought very diligently on was to exempt disabled veterans 50% or more, but they were still under the household income limit. So we removed that for disabled veterans. There would be no household or no income limit. I take that back. There would be no income limit, but there still is a $500,000 threshold. If their home is valued at more than $500,000, they would not qualify for this program. But the original portion of the bill is what I had brought. Currently, you can only subtract 50% of your Social Security income. This allows you to subtract 100%. So Social Security will not impact your income on this. This legislation was brought to us a few years ago. You've all heard the good senator from Douglas gave me a phone call, asked if I would help with a property tax freeze for seniors. I said, yeah, I'll take a look at it. And I said, if you add disabled veterans, I'm all in. Not that I didn't want it for the seniors, and you know what? It's been a great effort since then. And I think we've got a really solid program. Team members of the committee were very helpful and very instrumental in getting this passed. We have a great Senate Tax Committee. I don't need to tell you guys. You know they work very hard. So after the homestead qualification or property tax freeze, we have government freedom from government competition. This is a Kansas value, something that we all should feel strong. If you're in business, you should not be in fear of your government starting a business to compete against you. And so we may have seen flavors of this in the past, but this is very restricted. It's only government competition. It's nothing else. And there are certain qualifications that you have to meet in order to get this exemption. There's 3 types of businesses currently. Currently, it's child care facility, a health club, or a restaurant. And it has to be in a city limit or a 5-mile radius of a government business. The government business must be operated at least 1.5 days out of the, the House offered and the Senate accepted the position that the government business must be operated at least 1/2 of the time that the private business. So if the private business is open, all the time, say 7 days a week, the government must be open at least half of that time in order to be considered government competition. It also must be substantially the same goods and services. The government must also be owned, or not the government, but the private business must be owned and operated by the same person or corporation in order to apply for this exemption. It's only a property tax exemption. The Senate body passed a sales tax and property tax exemption, but the House wanted to pare that down to property tax only, and so we accepted that position. There is it is not retroactive, so they would only be exempt on their property tax going forward, and their property taxes must be paid in full. They cannot be delinquent on any of their taxes. So I think this is a good bill in the sense that we should not, again, as I said, we should not be in fear of government competition. Also in the bill, we have revenue neutral rate. We've heard this quite a few over the years. This chamber passed legislation that would do several things to the revenue neutral rate. One, it would pay for the letters for one more year for local governments. Currently, we pay for it in 2023 this year, and this would extend it so that the state would be paying for that letter in 2024 also. It also codifies in law the language that will be used in the letter. Last year, you may remember, all of the letters had on the title ad valorem. Most people don't understand what that is. So we made several changes to it. I think very good, healthy changes that it will say a property tax or notice of proposed property tax increases. And it's very easy to read. I think this will make a difference going forward. Also, is the property valuation notice information. The House had sent to us a 5-year look back. The Senate thought that was a little rich just because it would force another page on the valuation notices. And so we worked with the department and negotiated with the House. We landed on the Senate position of a 2-year look back in that valuation notice. But the department is going to work on a graph where they could actually include more years, and they're going to try to get that. They just didn't know if they could get it in the software this year, so we thought we'd wait to make any requirements on it. And if they can do it without a statute change, that would be wonderful. Next is the residential property valuations appeals process. Currently, you can only use let me get this right, a certified general appraisal. And we've heard from several that are appealing their processes this year, why can't we accept a certified residential Kansas appraiser? And so we thought that was common sense. Of course, they could help do appraisals on their property tax, so we made the offer, the House accepted it. So when you go to appeal your property taxes, you can use either one of those appraisal types. Payment under protest. Currently, if you appeal your valuation in the spring and you fail, you cannot appeal in the fall. When you pay, you cannot pay under protest. I heard from many constituents, and I had the privilege of talking to a couple of appraisers. They had heard our debate and didn't think that it was justified, but after I spoke to them and explained why constituents were interested in this, they completely understood. The fact is, we have more people appealing that process than ever before. Most of them are new to it. They do not understand the real estate lingo or what evidence might be needed in order to prove it. So they may appeal the valuation in the fall and not be successful because they didn't realize certain information they need. So this just gives them another bite at the apple to appeal the process. We codify in statute the ag land adverse influences. The department had sent out a letter approximately 20 years ago defining these adverse land influences, and there were some counties following it, some not, and so this body had passed that language and the House accepted that offer. Telecommunications, sales tax exemption on equipment. The House had passed it, the Senate Tax Committee had looked at it, and we accepted their offer on that. Manufacturers coupons, you guys have heard this years. Finally, we've got it in a CCR that hopefully will become law. When you go to the grocery store and you use a manufacturer's coupon, you pay sales tax on that coupon. So this would exempt that coupon from sales tax. A couple years ago, we did it for vehicles, manufacturer vehicle rebates, and we were able to remove the sunset on that last year completely. The reason we didn't get the manufacturers is because it was not compliant. It would have taken us out of Streamline compliance. So I worked with Streamline and we were able to get that changed. It no longer takes us out of compliance, so we will be fine in passing this legislation. The net operating loss and subtraction, this body has seen it also. There was a couple of years in statute when federal law changed that we didn't match up with the net operating loss, carry forward, look back. This just allows businesses that have those losses to capture that income tax that they paid on those losses, so they wouldn't have to do that. The federal tax credit disallowance, so we have the work opportunity tax credit that we allow. We codify this and make sure it's 100%. That's how the department is interpreting it right now. But also there was an employee retention tax credit because of the COVID money that came in. And for some reason, they were taxed on this money, even though it's a very similar program. Instead of 100%, we offered 25%, and the House was willing to accept that. SALT parity, again, is something that we had last year. We made some changes to it to allow individuals that are caught in that $10,000 limit, federal limit, to choose an option of capturing or taking that loss in a different way, or not loss, but those exemptions in a different way, and deductions. Sorry guys, too many tax words. And so we're allowing them to capture that. It's a technical cleanup from last year. We did work with the department, and instead of quantifying one way or the other, we allow an or. They can select which way they would like to do that. Hopefully that fixes the problem on the SALT parity. Pregnancy credit, tax credit, it's a new program to allow for people who are donating to pregnancy centers to receive a tax credit. It's we had passed 70%. The House did not appreciate that at the time. Understandably, that's a very rich credit. It is at 50% now, and they did accept that. They also accepted our position on the adoption credit, reluctantly, but they did accept it. There was major heartburn over the refundable portion, but we were able to protect that. So it is the Senate position on the tax credit for adoption, which most of you know we already have that in law. We just made it a little richer and hopefully will help families in need. One of the big changes in this that the Senate did not see this year was the disabled employment tax credit. So we realize we have seen it in the past. We have voted on it in the past, and that's why I was comfortable accepting it. That sunsets this year. And there wasn't another vehicle that it was going to be able to be put in. It was in other bills. And so we negotiated, and the offer was made and accepted to add the tax credit for, it's known as the IDD tax credit. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And first of all, I want to start off the gate by saying I do appreciate the very thorough comments by the chairwoman. Once again, she shows her mastery of the subject matter. This is a very bill with many pieces. As ranking on your Senate Assessment Taxation Committee, I will also tell you there are a number of pieces that I do like about this bill. However, I stand before the body today, Mr. Vice President, in opposition to Senate Bill 8 because it's somewhat contradictory, and I think it's quite honestly it opens up our residential property owners to much higher property taxes as a result of shifting the tax burden. And let me zero in on my specific point of consternation, Mr. Vice President. You may will recall earlier in the session, Mr. Vice President, we had a debate on Senate Bill, I believe it was 252, the so-called Unfair Competition Against Government Entities or whatever it is Act. And at that time, not to belabor the point, Mr. Vice President, but there is a history with this piece, I say this language, this nature of language of this legislation is that we have probably seen now 4 or 5 iterations of some desire by the special interests, specifically in the health club industry, for basically seeking out, originally it was sales, having a sales tax exemption due a claim of unfair competition with YWCAs. This was back in, gosh, I want to say 2007, 2008, with, Genesis Health Club Systems and others. And then this is probably the 5th iteration of this, of where over the ensuing years, then we had bills that wanted both a sales tax exemption and a property tax exemption. And now we've landed on, at the last minute, yet another change to this piece that was put into this conference committee report for SB 8 that basically is looking for property tax relief. Now, I want to make the body fully aware of what this does. We have singled out, for some particular reasons, 3 industries only that feel that they are being unfairly competed against by government. And this is straight out of, and I hope some of you had the opportunity to read the conference committee report on pages 1 and 2, because that's basically where the language can be found on this, Mr. Vice President. But when we talk about basically the 3 industries we're singling out would be basically, once again, child care centers, health clubs, or restaurants. Okay, that's the 3 business sectors we are looking at. Once again, this bill, this language particularly, is extremely problematic because I find it interesting that basically we're only concerned about so-called unfair competition within our major suburban metropolitan areas. We seem to not have any concern about in the rural hinterlands, but certain of us are more than happy to take it out on the hide of residential property owners when it comes to our suburban metro areas. I want to be sure the body understands exactly, Mr. Vice President, what this bill is doing. Yes, it is correct that these property tax benefits would only take effect going forward. However, what was not teased out of there is that we are allowing supposed so-called past transgressions, and who knows what that means, to allow health clubs that have been operating, say, maybe 15, 20 years ago. Okay, they can go back 15, 20 years ago, Mr. Vice President, and say, oh, I was being unfairly, facing unfair competition from the city, whoever that may be, because, they have a recreational center, and that center basically charges fees for certain things. And by golly, that's open year-round, and so, that's unfair competition to me. Or, once again, in the case of a health club, we have, say, cities or other municipalities, things that may have pools and things of that nature, maybe combining both a pool maybe with some indoor-outdoor facilities that are operating more than half the year. Once again, that's going to be a cause to raise a flag and say, hey, I've been unfairly competing against. Okay? Now, I want to make real clear what this does. We are talking about, and you can go out and see them, I can tell you, in good old Lawrence, Kansas, I think we have at least 2 Genesis Health Club Systems, Mr. Vice President. These are very nice, large, state-of-the-art facilities. They also have significant property taxes that they pay in to the city when they do pay them, okay? I can tell you when this bill was last discussed, this is back, I want to say 2021, there were newspaper articles from the Topeka Cap Journal that talk about at that time how, I believe it was Genesis, they were past due, and this was the tune of several, I want to say tens if not hundreds of thousands of dollars they were past due on their property taxes. I can tell you, Mr. Vice President, okay, that that same entity is past due on its property taxes in Douglas County. Now, I do appreciate the chairwoman pointing out that like, oh, we have to be paid up on your property taxes, okay, and then you can start receiving this benefit. Okay, well, let me tell you what this starts to me sounds like over time, Mr. Vice President. This to me starts to sound like that this isn't we're setting up this straw bogeyman about competing against unfair government competition. I'm really more concerned now, since this is the 5th iteration we've seen this legislation, that this is really more of that we're trying to figure out a clever way to somehow subsidize business model that just doesn't work. That's my beef with this bill. I would point out to the committee, Mr. Vice President, too, that when we had the Senate bill hearing for 252, we did not have one small business owner show up and say how he or she was being unfairly competed against. We only had the Chamber of Commerce saying, yeah, it's supposedly an issue. So, in the land of unintended consequences, you are hanging a significant, I believe, potentially property tax increase for those suburban areas that have these nice upscale health clubs that have already been established, because they will find a way to say they were unfairly competed against. Now, I do want to talk about some other things with this bill. I also have concerns. You will also see that there's 2 other industries here that are lumped into this thing. We have, basically, we're talking about restaurants, and then we're talking about child care centers. So let's talk about a restaurant, okay? What is the government, and we talk about the facility. Once again, we talk about the competition is what is that competing government facility? How is that competing? Okay? So in the case of a restaurant, what does that mean? If I have, say, a city or something that sets up, I don't know, maybe they got a snack bar, maybe they got vending machines. Okay, at some point, can somebody complain about unfair competition? I don't know, it's not clear to me in this bill if they can. I don't know that. I would also point out that let's talk about basically dual use facilities. If I have a hotel that has a restaurant, and maybe the hotel says, hey, that government entity is unfairly competing against my restaurant, does that mean that the hotel and the entire property, all that property tax basically goes to zero? And Joe and Jane residential property owner are now picking up that too? I find that really scary. The other problem I have with this bill, let's go to the third industry and talk about child care centers, all right? We know child care, okay, is a huge challenge for businesses. And yes, we don't want to ever see government supposedly competing unfairly against private owners. But I can't help feel, Mr. Vice President, particularly in our rural communities, okay, where basically child care, basically resources are already at a premium, you really can't find them. If a company, if a town or some burb were to come in and basically say, hey, we want to set up something, and maybe it's partially subsidized by a company or something, I don't know. Okay, but say if an entity, if a municipality, something, wanted to set something that was supported by community members, okay, and businesses that were looking for something, somebody to watch their employees' kids, once again, what type of flags would that raise? So I do encourage you to have the body, Mr. Vice President, read the conference committee report, pages 1, pages 2. This is the land of unintended consequences that's going to come out of the hide of your residential property owners. I do appreciate the body's indulgence, Mr. Vice President. I'll let others speak to what they may say. But once again, Senate Bill 8, with the 252 provisions in it, it's simply not worth it. And it really does send a mixed messages to our residential property owners. Once again, when we have been working so diligently. And once again, I do want to thank the Senate Tax Committee's work. I think we've done some really good residential property pieces here to help in a number of fashions to help minimize, reduce increases and everything else on property taxes. But to the extent that what 252 does is it would basically cynically shift that burden back onto your property owners, residential property, because make no mistake, Mr. President, when we talk about limiting this to basically cities, a 5-mile radius, this or that, we know that your property tax base by far, 75% of that tax base in those cities, that's your residential homeowners. That is their piece of the pie. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn. Senator Tyson, do you care to respond now?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the good senator from Douglas is not correct on a couple of things. And one is we have not seen this legislation before. You may feel like you've seen flavors of it, but I've never voted for that legislation in the past at all. In fact, I'll refresh your memory, a hard memory for me. I was removed from the tax committee negotiations because of that issue. And we lost the property tax freeze for seniors and disabled veterans that year. So this is not the same flavor at all. This is legislation that directly takes on the issue of government competing against private industry. It is a real issue. In fact, all you have to do is go out and look on the internet. Do a search for it. You can find articles that are 20 years old on this issue. This is tackling that problem. And it is a problem. If you don't think it is, you're in denial. Because there were businesses, there are businesses, they were afraid to come and testify because of retaliation of their government, their local government. One of the other businesses that used to be in my House district, not in my Senate district anymore, but I keep in touch with them, they actually sold their business because they are competing against a government entity having a daycare. So they just sold the business, got rid of it, and now the business is non-existent. So it is a real issue. And I'll tell you another phone call I got through. This is only state and local government competition. The reality is in Leavenworth, Kansas, federal base, they have homes that they are renting out to anybody. You don't have to be a civilian on the base anymore or military personnel. Anybody can rent those homes. They do not pay property taxes on those houses. So that is true government competition for every rental property in that area. It's here, it's happening, and this is a bite at the apple trying to address that problem. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senators, I have you queued up. I now recognize the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I just want to first start off by saying thank you to the Senate Tax Committee for fighting for the Senate position, particularly on the adoption tax credit and the pregnancy resource centers. However, I am disappointed that this bill is coming back to us less than when it left this chamber. The adoption tax credit went from 100% to 75%. The pregnancy resource center went from 70% to 50%. And I think these are worthy causes. I'm disappointed the House apparently, I guess, didn't see it as worthy as we did. But I want to say thank you for their work on fighting for the Senate position. However, I do have a question on the adoption tax credit bill for the carrier of this conference committee report. This body overwhelmingly voted to approve an increase to the child care tax credit. So did that bill, that piece of the bill, not make it into this conference committee report?
Senator Tyson.
I apologize, Mr. Vice President. Could you restate the question?
You will.
My question is, when this body debated and voted on the adoption tax credit, we overwhelmingly added an increase to the child care tax credit for Kansans who have to pay for child care. We hear from all of our constituents, all of us hear from our constituents, the rapid rising cost of child care and how expensive it is. And it would be nice for Kansans to have an increase and to be able to write off some of those expenses. So my question is, the Senate overwhelmingly added that to our Senate position when they went to conference. Is the child care tax credit increase in this conference report, or was it stripped out?
Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Vice President. It is not in this conference committee report. It was not accepted.
Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And that's disappointing because many Kansans, young families are struggling to pay for child care, if they can find child care. And I hope next year when this legislature reconvenes, I hope we take a stronger look at ensuring that that bill gets across the finish line. What I really want to talk about is the Homestead Property Tax Refund Act, which I know was passed, I believe, a year or two ago by the legislature. And today, this bill looks at expanding it. So current law, you are eligible if you're 65 years of age, I believe maybe if you're a disabled veteran, but if your house is $350,000 or less in appraisal and you make less than $50,000. However, this bill, we're going to expand it to say if your house is worth $500,000 or less, you're 65 years of age, and your household income is $80,000 or less, you would be eligible for the state to pay your property tax, the increase from this year going forward if you're eligible for this year. So we have put the state in the business of paying property tax. And you know what? What's very disappointing to me when I asked the question in committee is if a school bond issue or an issue of any kind goes before the voters to increase property taxes, all eligible voters go vote for that. But it's the young people, the young families who are already struggling with child care expenses and paying for many other things, they have to pay the increase in property tax. But those who are eligible under this bill don't have to pay that increase. And in 10 years, it's estimated that 1/3 of Kansans will be over the age of 65. And if this COLA continues to increase on income, everybody over 65 almost will be eligible to participate. So young Kansans will be shouldering the burden of the increase in property taxes. And last I checked, everybody uses our roads. Everybody calls 911, hoping fire and police and other services show up. So why are we asking young Kansans to carry the burden of property tax? And 1/3 of Kansans, the older ones, the state's going to pay it. So my question is, how many more Kansans, taxpayer filers, are eligible under this new bill in the conference committee report?
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the eligibility, but I do have the fiscal note adjustment. Would that suffice, the good senator from Sedgwick?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So in 2024, it would be a decrease to the state general fund by approximately $27.8 million. In 2025, approximately $28.4 million. 2026, $38.8 million. There does come a threshold where as more people are going into the program with the baby boomers, those individuals that already qualify, sadly, we will be losing them through death, and there comes a point where the scales do not move as much. It'll just be basically an in and out.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You know, for the first time in decades, Kansas's population is declining. And if we want young Kansans to stay here, to raise a family, to work here, grow a business, pursue the dream that we all love and know as Kansas, we have to make it fair for everybody. And this bill is pushing the burden on young Kansans. And I just don't think it's right. And so I come from a community that's growing. Wichita's growing. We have a huge need for more homes. We're having to expand services. We're having to build more roads. But it looks like the young Kansans are going to have to pay for that. And I find that disappointing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice President.
Chair, Senator from And Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will respond to that because part of the decline of the population are senior citizens who are moving out of the state because we have one of the highest tax rates for senior citizens in the nation. I understand. I always want a fair and level playing field. The reality is we are increasing property taxes on individuals so much they are losing their homes. Our advantage is to try to keep people in their homes. What I see going on too is it's a property tax freeze. It's not an exemption, okay? So any increases, it's a freeze. These retired individuals are still paying for the schools years and years after they may have not had any students or after their children have graduated and gone on, and they're not complaining about that. What they are complaining is that they can't afford their property taxes anymore, and this is a way to help them and the disabled veterans. I understand the good senator sees an age discrepancy. You know, again, we need a fair and level tax playing field. I hope maybe we can do an interim committee and look at legislation that does help everyone across the board.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And the carrier is correct. It is a freeze. However, somebody is paying that increase, and it's the state of Kansas. Apparently, we've decided it's best for the state of Kansas to get involved in paying property taxes for people. And you know, it's young Kansans, they can't afford to buy a new house. And I appreciate the concern and the spirit of helping those who are seniors, who are on fixed income, who are seeing a rapid rise in property tax. I feel it. But you know, the solution is not just pushing that burden on young people. That's not the solution. I mean, young Kansans are struggling to find a home, and if they can afford to buy a home, they're having to pay the property tax on top of paying all the other expenses that young Kansans face. So, again, I will just reiterate, I think it's poor policy for the state of Kansas to continue to push this type of policy and to allow more people to qualify under this bill, that they're going to continue not to pay that increase in property tax while young Kansans have to.
Chair now recognizes Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll continue the talking point on property taxes. I think the thing with the bill that's presented, there's a lot of good things in there, and I wish we didn't have to, this idea of bundling everything into one bill makes it sad that we have to all or nothing. But the one that concerns me the most in this piece of legislation is the compete against business. And in the document that's provided in the bill or the committee report, it states facility owned or operated by a governmental entity means any facility owned or operated by the state of Kansas or any county, city, township, school district, community college, municipal university, public university, or any other taxing district or political subdivision. That's a lot of groups that are involved in our community. When we are talking about childcare challenges, we are seeing it in our community right now, and I know others are as well. There's a task force already there in place with the Chamber of Commerce, with the university and city officials and community residents working on how to fix the childcare problem. Even the childcare industry's directors are at the table for that discussion to see how we can solve this problem. And they are looking at applying for grants that the state is applying for grants at the federal level. I'm not sure if all of those would be eligible anymore. Is that considered government competition? I fear that when we go down this path, we are removing public-private initiatives, public-private partnerships, and oftentimes when a business comes to the city, let's say, and asks for assistance, whether it's in economic development incentives, we are more than happy to work with them. When somebody comes to look for IRBs and wants sales tax exemption, yes, let's do that. Most cities that I know of, actually all cities and communities that I know of, want a thriving community, and that entails that our private sector is also thriving. We do everything we can, and I know all the legislators in this chamber do everything they can to make sure our businesses are successful, not only with making sure the business is set up and its infrastructure, but also its staffing or any type of exemptions we can give them. But when we start thinking about the competition against government, oftentimes government entities do a community needs assessment and try to fill a quality of life issue that the community feels that they need. And it's usually used for a different type of population or different types of groups that want to use these types of facilities. I worry that if we have a child care center that is either on a university ground, that is run by a university, but also open to community members, or by a city, or by a school district, and other daycare centers, let's say they feel they are in competition, do all the daycare centers now receive a property tax exemption? Do all rec centers receive a property tax exemption? If a restaurant is set up in such a case that there's a school district or a county that feels like this is something our community really wants to have and needs and is working with other organizations to make sure it happens, is that considered now that where all restaurants can apply for property tax exemption? I worry that we are going into an area where, although it's carved out for 3 different types of organizations or categories, more will go into that. But that doesn't reduce our police, doesn't reduce the impact of what we have to pay for fire departments, for our road maintenance, for snow removal, all of these services that are still need to be paid. The tax burden will shift to property tax owners. The residential owners will have to pick up this tab if they want to have the same type of services that are provided now. Otherwise, communities have to look at how to cut those services, and I'm not sure that's a path anybody wants to go down. Several of the initiatives were voted by voters in their communities. I don't know if some of those things have not been built out yet. I don't know if those would be considered in competition with. Again, my concern is we are going to remove that private-public partnership and everything is going to be considered a competition, and the tax burden will be devastating to our property owners. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, you got to respond now.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm much of the words of the Senate Vice President today. I don't want to call anybody a hypocrite. But the facts are that these local governments give away so many property tax abatements year after year after year. And the facts are that this is not a blanket wide, it's very narrow. Government should not be in business, period. That is not the definition of government. So if they're collecting fees and charging people for items, then there needs to be some recourse, and that's what this bill does. I was asked yesterday if I'm truly in the Senate because I'm too brief on my answers. So thank you, Mr. Vice President.
The chair now recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I guess really what it comes down to is the philosophy of what is the role of government. It comes down to the philosophy of whether or not government is supposed to ensure that there's an athletic facility for the community or compete against certain businesses, whether or not government is supposed to compete against restaurants. We had a situation in our district where the local government gave $1.5 million to develop a strip mall that would include a restaurant that is across the street from 2 other restaurants. So exactly what's happening there? Is that city's duty to make sure a new restaurant gets into town, even though we have plenty of them already? The reason property taxes are out of control is because government has overstepped its role in spending and trying to develop and trying to be part of the free market. The problem with government doing that is no committee, no legislature, no county commission knows what the free market wants. They can guess. Some business and some can give a beautiful presentation about, gosh, this community needs this. You need to give us a tax abatement. That's the only way you're going to develop this stuff. But the problem is you're picking winners and losers. You're giving money to one group, everybody else has to compete against it. If governments would restrain and constrain themselves just a little bit, the property taxes would go down because we're not
handing out government largesse like it's a candy store. So I fully support this bill. This is a pushback and says, wait a minute, guys, let's not spend this taxpayer money on a new restaurant, on a new athletic facility, on a new child care center. Is it government's role to operate a child care center, or is it the parents' role to figure it out? With regard to the generational issues, I agree, we are putting a huge burden on our younger Kansans, and part of it is the overspending of government. But you also have to look at the situation for older Kansans who have worked and scrimped and saved and built their home. And then at a later time of life where inflation is eroding their savings, they cannot afford to remain in that home. And we're going to take away their home because they can't pay the property tax? Again, government overstepping its role. At some point, we have to turn this around, and part of it has to be a punitive type punitive type situation where the government says, gosh, maybe we better step back. Maybe we aren't doing what we're supposed to do, which is build a road. Make sure that there's public safety. Make sure we pay the bills for the police and the fire departments, everybody else. Not get involved in all these other type businesses. And so I support this bill. It's got a lot of good stuff, not just the Competition Act, the overstep in the agriculture section, the help of the veterans, and so I will support this bill very strongly. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair now recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schellenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's been interesting. I want to join in with everyone else thanking the tax committee and the tax chairman and ranking vice chairman. I know that there's a lot of work. I'm not on any conference committee, so I haven't had anything to do. If you need help, I'm always available. Me and Pyle, we have a lot of free time on our hands. I looked over this bill after we had caucus, and I told somebody, well, there's 10 bills in this. They said, no, there's more like 20 bills in this. And I really don't think this is a very good way to do business. I know we're at the end of the session, and I know we have to put a lot of bills together. And so I guess we are where we are. I might see if the chairman would stand for a question or two.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Senator from Cherokee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Do you have any other bills in conference committee?
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. There were 3 tax bills in conference committee this year. But what I would like to respond to that is there are, I count 18 provisions in this bill. And I'm going to go through, if he would, well, go ahead with the next question. I'm counting. The Senate has seen almost every position in this bill. And that's why I was comfortable with this package. So I will make sure as to which ones we've seen before.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schellenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You don't have to do that. I don't, that was somewhat a rhetorical question. My point is this. I think we're standing here and we're having this debate on hopefully the next to last day of the session. And we do all this in a vacuum. And I think one of the problems with being in the legislature is after you've been here so long, you believe that the only people that count are the chairman or the vice chairman or the folks with gold badges out in the hall. I haven't had many people from home call me about any of these provisions. Now, I'm not the chairman of the committee, and I'm sure that she has had numerous calls about it. And I didn't like the bill as much until the junior senator from Sedgwick pointed out the homestead exemption, which piqued my interest, because now I'll qualify, and I haven't qualified before. But my point is this. This bill's not going to make it through the process. I'm confident that if the governor vetoed a much better bill than this, that had real provisions that Kansas want, she will surely veto this one. And so here we stand with no food sales tax, which we campaigned for, no income tax provisions that we wanted dearly, other provisions, the homestead exemption that was increased in the previous tax bill. And I would hope that maybe we could use this vehicle to fix that bill and get a bill back to the governor that she would sign. I doubt that she signs this bill if we pass it. There are a lot of good things in this. There are a lot of provisions that I like. There's 3 or 4 I don't like. The question becomes, will I vote for it because I hold my nose over the 4 or 5 I don't like? I don't know. I know that if we don't pass this today, the bill stays in conference. It's not dead. And maybe we can go back, take out some of the stuff that will cause a veto. And I'm sure if the chairman of the committee would talk to the governor's office, she could find out what provisions those would be. And hopefully we can get something done for the people of Kansas.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn. Senator Tyson, you care to respond?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, the governor could let this become law without signing it. And there are good things in here that I would assume everyone in this chamber wants, especially the IDD, the disability tax credit. I got a phone call from a good friend this morning. I would have never dreamed that was on his radar, but it was. The provisions in this bill, the Senate has seen some flavor of every single provision of this bill except for the agriculture classification on commercial property. That is the only topic in this conference committee report that this body has not passed one way or the other, and the AT&T sales tax credit, which the tax committee did look at, and we had it queued up because of time and other issues. It wasn't ran across the floor. Every other provision in this bill went across this Senate body this year in some type or form. I won't say 100% as is because there was negotiations in the pregnancy tax credit and the adoption credit. But it is our language and it was our position, and the House accepted it without having those positions, which I am so grateful for. We are very blessed to be able to work with the House tax chairman and their members also.
Chair now recognizes the President of the Senate from Butler County, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a couple things. I mean, obviously, I hate to rehash, but we would have been taking care of that generational issue from Social Security to exempt income in 169, but that's not where we're at. So, and I would agree. Senate Bill 8, you know, it's a little bit like a budget. It's got enough things in it. So look through it. I mean, but it's got the disability tax credit, the adoption tax credit, the pregnancy tax credit. It's got and those are all great things. So I was just going to touch on the area that feels like it's the greatest consternation, which is the government competition piece. Because I heard someone earlier stand up and say they wanted to make sure everybody understood, but then all the words after that were kind of make sure everybody misunderstood what the bill did. Just a couple observations on that. Because it feels like that is an ideological difference that wants to say government is the answer to everything, right? So childcare, take that for example. We need to look for a quality of life and we decide if we need childcare. Well, maybe you need to look around and see if all of your private childcare, just like we abate taxes on new business, maybe it'd be good for childcare if they didn't pay property tax because they might be able to be better to stay in business, not everything loaded up on the government. But not, you don't have to. Nothing in this bill prohibits that local government from competing. It makes them make a decision on whether or not that's appropriate, and they can't use the money from the person they're going to put out of business to put them out of business. It's just simply a decision. If government's not competing, there is no fiscal note. Period. But you get out rurally, it didn't get an effect there, right? If you've got a little community, doesn't have a restaurant, and they want to pile together and have a government public restaurant, it's not prohibited, not even competition. It makes you make the decision between what the priority is and whose money it is. This is very limited. I wish it went further. But the shifting burden is just a red herring. It's a false, it's a choice. Nothing in this shifts property tax to residents. And it can be an answer for things like childcare. And if you're just looking back, it's a decision. If the business comes in full knowledge that there's a competitive government entity, that's on them. It's preventing the government from coming in and oppressing the entity. Period. So I stand for Senate Bill 8. And I'm not disagreeing that there are a lot of things in it. But this is the time, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the vote.
Does the senator from Lynn care to respond? Chair now recognizes the minority leader from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I was sitting there. I wasn't going to stand up. I think we all know where we're going to vote on this. And it really frustrates me because I have a very great city and local government that I think does this right, but this bill is going to potentially harm them. We have a public market. I've seen this for small business owners who are able, it's an incubator for their restaurants, and I've seen them go on to then make larger facilities. But every single one of those, and they're paying property taxes. So this is a level playing field. And when we built a community center, we went out to the Lifetime and asked them if they wanted to partner with us. They said no, so we did this. They do it right, and I'm afraid if this passes, they could be penalized for that. But that's not why I was standing up. It was actually the senator from Cherokee, and his words are what made me rise and talk about this. I have a senior in high school this year, and he's in government. He was actually Speaker of the House in their government class, which was fascinating. I think he's a little cynical because he sees what happens in this bill, and he likes to tell his classmates, yeah, this is not how it really works. And to the thoughts of the senator from Cherokee, we are all complicit in this. If you look at our journals for the last almost 90 days, some of those are barely a page. And then you look at our last day when we were here on April 6th. I think the printers were running out of ink because it was so full. Because we like to wait until we're hungry and we're tired, until we get that last train out of the station. And then there's that one piece that we love in the bill. And I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of pieces in Senate Bill 8 that I really like. There's a lot of things in Senate Bill 169 that I really like. But there's also a lot of stuff that I actually hate, and I think it's going to be a disservice. But in order to get to 21 or 27, we bundle that, and we put it. And every single one of us in this room are complicit in making that happen. We could take a stand. We could say, no, this is not the way that we want to legislate. But we let it happen. And so I'm not going to tell you how to vote. I think we all knew how we were going to vote honestly, we probably all knew how we were going to vote on this bill on April 6th. But I know we know how we were going to vote on it an hour ago. But I just want to challenge all of us. We're teaching one thing in our schools about how government works. And then for those seniors in high school that are actually watching and paying attention, I've had several pages this year, and they laugh. Because what we're teaching them is not how government works. And we bundle, and we put good things in with bad things because it's all about how do we get to 21? How do we get to 27? So just a challenge, let's make a change. Let's make a difference. And let's show Kansas that we don't have to work until 4:30 in the morning by bundling a bunch of stuff in conference committee reports. we could have been doing that bill by bill through the session. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator from Lynn, do you have closing remarks?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's make a difference. I totally agree. Let's make a difference for our constituents. Let's send this package to the governor so that she can decide. Let's make a difference for the disabled so that they have the IDD tax credit. Let's make a difference for our seniors and for our disabled veterans so that they have a property tax freeze. Let's make a difference for those parents who are adopting. Let's provide them a tax credit. Let's make a difference for those that are donating to pregnancy centers, for mothers that are choosing to have the baby. Let's help them out through those facilities. Let's make a difference for our county governments. Let's pay for the letter for 1 more year. Let's make a difference so our constituents will understand the revenue neutral rate letter, so that they understand who and why their property taxes are increasing. Let's make a difference so that when you go and challenge your valuation on your property taxes, you have the option to provide a certified real estate property appraisal. I could go on. You guys know what's in the bill. Let's make a difference on government competition. Let's send a strong message that we do not want our governments competing. You know, when government starts a business, it's a want, it's not a need. There's a difference, a big difference. I live by that philosophy, my husband and I. Is this a want or a need? Well, I feel that we should make a difference with Kansas taxpayers and send them a strong yes, that we hear them and they need tax relief. I'll end with this, Mr. President, a quote from Winston Churchill. I contend that for any nation to try to fix tax itself into let me start again, and I'm gonna change this to nation to state. I contend that for any state to try to tax itself into prosperity is a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself up. It does not work. It is the attitude that we have been taking, especially when you look at the $1.5 billion that our governor gave to 2 companies last year. Let's provide tax relief for Kansans. Let's show them we care. Let's make a difference, Mr. President.
You've heard the motion. We'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on Senate sub for House Bill 2010.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate not adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2010 and request a new conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion on the motion? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Just clarification, if the good senator could answer, is there a plan for the conference committee then if we do not adopt the conference committee report, is there a plan for us to meet today so we can consider the report either later today or tomorrow? Is that the plan?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, there is no committee appointed, no new conference committee appointed. The report is as it came out of the conference committee that we had, and were a new conference committee to be appointed, there isn't at this time a time that we have scheduled to meet.
Senator from Johnson.
So just to, I guess, summarize what the good senator said, just to clarify, if we don't adopt this, at least as of now, we're effectively killing this conference committee report package because there's no plan for us to meet to take it up to make any changes and then get it back to the committee of the whole. Is that correct? I'm just trying to get a straightforward answer. That's all.
Structurally, it would remain in conference until the new committee acted on it. That is correct.
And is there a plan for the committee to act on it, Mr. President?
Senator from Johnson. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. The answer is, as I've stated before, it would remain in conference until the conference meets.
Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'm not trying to play hide the ball or be difficult. I'm just asking from either the Senate President or the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee whether their plan, hope, expectation is that if we send this back to conference, that the conference committee will meet. That's all. I just want to be able to vote appropriately based on that information. Thank you.
Further questions on the motion? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we have the clarification? So if we vote this down, will it go back to conference committee? Because we know conference committees are meeting. The Health Conference Committee is meeting, I believe, at 1:15 today. So conference committees are still meeting. I think we have time for a conference committee to meet. So if we vote this down, will it go to conference committee?
That is correct. This motion is to appoint a new conference committee, which puts the material back in conference. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just supporting my colleague here and just wanting to understand what the rationale is. Why are we sending it back when we already caucused on the contents and kind of briefed our caucus on what the contents were, came up with the positions individually? What's the motivation for bringing this back to the conference?
Senator Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wanted to be recognized to answer some of the previous questions first. It's a House bill, so the House would have to call the conference committee to meet. We're around today to do that. There were some disagree statements made about the conference committee report, so to have a further look at it in conference committee.
Senator from Leavenworth. Any further questions for Senator from Johnson? Any closing remarks on the motion?
No, thank you, Mr. President.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to carry. Motion carries. Division has been requested. All those in favor, please rise. Please be seated. All opposed, please rise. On a vote of 24-11, the motion passes. As third conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. We're now ready for final action. On the following roll call, we will take conference committee reports on Senate Bill 8. Clerk will read the title.
Senate Bill number 8, an act concerning taxation.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Billinger, Lazy, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Bag, Faust-Cadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger. Stefan. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? I might say, I believe the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, had a rail caucus, so we'll probably hold the roll open, let her get up. Is there any explanations of votes while we wait? Senator from Reno, Senator Stefan.
Thank you. I chose to pass in light of the fact that, to me, the methodology by which this is put together is problematic. You know, at the risk of being derogatory, I'd almost call it garbage governance. It's not methodical, it's not thoughtful, it's problematic. And with that, I passed.
Further explanations? Senator from Wyandotte. Preliminary looks to be 26 in favor, 12 opposed. Further changes or explanations? Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explanation of vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This legislation was crafted by the normal process. Bills pass the Senate and they pass the House. There is not one bill in here that did not pass one chamber or the other. It was methodical, and it is for the Kansas taxpayers. I am proud to support this legislation, and I am proud to stand for Kansas values and to assist Kansans by getting their money back in their pockets. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Riley, Senator Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I don't like the way it's all bundled up. My specific concern was with the competition against government business. And here's why I think this is bad tax policy. I think this will impact the private and public initiatives that communities have right now with their organizations and within their community, as well as the state of Kansas. It will shift the tax burden to the residential property tax owner. It will impact quality of life initiatives that others may not be able to afford, and this was for a different demographic. Communities do everything they can to make sure their businesses are successful because it is in their best interest, for it, whether it's revenue or to make sure they have a vibrant community. And this ideology or this thought process as they are working against something as opposed to working together towards a better future for our community members, I think is something that needs to be more discussed in depth. Once again, I'm voting against this because I just feel it's bad tax policy. Thank you.
For the explanation of changes, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Very good. Any further changes or explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (26) having voted in favor and 13 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 8, this measure having received its constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. Before recessing, are there announcements? Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Conference Committee from Health will meet at at 1:15 in 218 North.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate recess till 2 p.m.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Oh. Before we recess, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Sorry, Mr. President, I just didn't get up quick enough. If you did order a box lunch for the rail caucus, somebody is bringing it around to your office if you ordered one. Thank you.
Yep, you bet. The motion has been made. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The Senate's in recess. Senate will come to order. The introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions, clerk will read.
Senate Resolution number 1724 by Senators Erickson, Francisco, Masterson, and Sykes, a resolution congratulating and commending the 2022-2023 University of Kansas women's basketball team on an outstanding season and for winning the program's first women's national invitational tournament, or the WNIT championship.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
I'm waiting for the reader to finish. Thank you, Mr. President.
Whereas, on April 1st, 2023, the University of Kansas women's basketball team completed an outstanding season by winning the WNIT championship. And whereas, the Jayhawks completed a perfect 6-0 run in the WNIT tournament by downing Western Kentucky University, the University of Missouri, the University of Nebraska, the University of Arkansas, and the University of Washington, prior to the title win over Columbia University of the Ivy League. And whereas, Tiana Jackson was named 2023's WNIT Most Valuable Player, and whereas Tiana Jackson was joined on the WNIT All-Tournament team by her fellow Jayhawk, Zakiya Franklin, and whereas the Jayhawks were represented on the 2022-2023 All-Big 12 women's basketball team by senior trio of Tiana Jackson, Zakiya Franklin, and Holly Kurzgeter. The honors featured Tiana Jackson and Zakiya Franklin as All-Big 12 first-team selections, Holly Kurzgeter as an All-Big 12 honorable mention, and Tiana Jackson as a member of the Big 12 All-Defensive Team. Tiana Jackson was a unanimous selection for both honors, and whereas Brandon Schneider completed the 8th season at the helm of the women's basketball program. Coach Schneider was the 2022 Big 12 Coach of the Year. Earlier in his career, Coach Schneider had a highly successful 12-year stint at Emporia State, where he guided the Lady Hornets to the 2010 NCAA Division II National Championship. And whereas, thanks to the Jayhawks' strong performance during the regular season and the hard work of the athletic department, the Jayhawks were selected to play all 6 of their WNIT games in historic Allen Fieldhouse, including the championship game in front of 11,701 fans, the largest crowd at Allen Fieldhouse for a women's basketball game since 2009. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas that we congratulate and commend the University of Kansas women's basketball team for an outstanding season and winning the WNIT championship. And be it further resolved that we recognize head coach Brandon Schneider, associate coach Terry Nooner, assistant coach Morgan Page, assistant coach Carla Middlebrook, athletic director Travis Goff, deputy athletic director, senior woman administrator Nicole Corcoran, University of Kansas Chancellor Doug Garode, and every athlete and member of team for a successful 2022-2023 season.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask our guests in the gallery to please stand as well. They are with the team as well. I want them to get the recognition that they deserve. Body, it is my honor to recognize the University of Kansas women's basketball team on an outstanding, historic season. I know the accomplishments were read very quickly. I just want to reiterate a few highlights to make sure that we understand the accomplishments of this team and the coaching staff. And add another little tidbit of beware of the fog, because this team went 19-3 in Allen Fieldhouse, which was the best home record in the Big 12 Conference. So congratulations. And the big trophy that is there before the gallery there, this is the first time this program has won the Women's National Invitational Tournament. And they did so by beating, and we'll take great pride in some of these victims of this team, Western Kentucky, Missouri, Nebraska, Arkansas, Washington, and then they capped it off by winning the championship against Columbia, 66-59. And their coach was named the Kansas College Coach, Women's Basketball Coach of the Year. So it is my honor and a At this time, I will yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am honored to have had Alan Fieldhouse in my Senate district as long as I've served in the Senate. There's always a lot of talk in the spring about March Madness. This team brought us March magic. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate what I think you said to that other team on April 1st. April Fools and rock chalk. I yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Keep in mind that this is one of 2 women's teams in the nation that ended their season on a win. And I came from the House, I was over in the House and watched them honor this team. And you know, they have 3 times as many members as we do, Mr. President. And of course, Representative Patton is a die-hard KU fan, and he led their chamber in Rock Chalk Jayhawk, and I want them to hear what the Senate can do. So Senate, Rock Chalk.
Jayhawk.
Oh, we can do better. Rock Chalk. Jayhawk. There we go. Thank you. With that, Mr. President, I move an emergency be declared, the rule suspended, and Senate Resolution 1724 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion's adopted. Congratulations. We will stand at ease for a minute while we transition. We will return to order. Messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing the line item veto message from Governor, together with an enrolled copy of House Bill 2184, an act making and concerning appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2023, June 30th, 2024, June 30th, 2025, June 30th, 2026, June 30th, 2027, and June 30th, 2028 for state agencies. I look forward to working with the Legislature to make sure these issues are considered when they return. Therefore, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14B of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, I hereby return House Bill 2184 with my signature approving the bill, except for the items enumerated below. Attorney General and Master Tobacco Settlement Funds, Section 39E has been vetoed in its entirety, making the office of the Kansas State Treasury, a pregnancy crisis center pass-through entity, the portion of Section 42A that reads as followed has been line item vetoed. Alternatives to Abortion Program for $2 million. Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, lifetime hunting and fishing license. Section 138F has been line item vetoed in its entirety. Federal grant funding database, Section 143 has been line item vetoed in its entirety. Motions were made that notwithstanding the governor's objections, the following line items vetoed in House Bill 2184 be reconsidered. Section 15B, by a vote of 82 yeas and 42 nays, the motion having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 constitutional majority vote of the elected members of the House of Representatives, and the line item did not pass. Section 39E, by a vote of 85 yeas and 39 nays, the motion having received the necessary 2/3 constitutional majority vote of the elected members of the House of Representatives, the line item did pass. Portion of Section 42A, by a vote of 86 yeas and 38 nays, the motion having received the necessary 2/3 constitutional majority vote of the elected members of the House of Representatives, and the line item did pass. Portion of Section 115A and portion of Section 116A, by a vote of 76 yeas and 48 nays, the motion having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 constitutional majority vote of the elected members of the House of Representatives, and the line item did not pass. Section 115H, by a vote of 79 yeas and 45 nays, the motion having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 constitutional majority vote of the elected members of the House of Representatives, the line item did not pass. Section 138F, by a vote of 84 yeas and 40 nays, the motion having received the necessary 2/3 constitutional majority vote of the elected members of the House of Representatives, the line item did pass. Section 143, by a vote of 84 yeas to 40 nays, the motion having received the necessary 2/3 constitutional majority vote of the elected members of the House of Representatives, the line item did pass. There being no motion on the remaining vetoed line items, the line item vetoes were sustained on those items. Announcing the House herewith transmits certificate of action by the House of Representatives on Senate Bill 228, an act concerning counties. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to Senate Bill 228, the bill be passed. By a vote of 87 to 37, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on House Bill 2089 and has appointed Representative William K. Landwehr and Poskin as second conferees on the part of the House. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor on House Bill 2304, an act concerning education relating to firearms, standardizing firearm safety education training programs in school districts, was received on April 14, 2023, and read on April 24, 2023. Quote, Kansas law makes it clear that it is the role of local school boards and the State Board of Education to establish curriculum and educational standards for our students. This bill is yet again an act of legislative overreach, an attempt to override our locally elected leaders and insert partisan politics into our children's education. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2304, end quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2304 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 83 to 41, the motion failed to receive the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the elected members of the appointed to the House of Representatives, and the veto was sustained. Announcing the House herewith transmits a message of action by the House of Representatives on Senate Bill 180, an act establishing the Women's Bill of Rights, providing a meaning of biological sex for purposes of statutory construction. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to Senate Bill 180, the bill be passed. By a vote of 84 to 40, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor on Senate substitute for House Bill 2344, an act concerning the Department of Health and Environment relating to licensure of child care facilities, daycare homes, and child care centers, establishing license capacity and staff-to-child ratios, lowering licensee fees and training requirements, creating a process for daycare facility licensees to apply for a temporary waiver of certain statutory requirements, authorizing the Secretary to develop and operate pilot programs to increase child care facility availability and capacity, and amending KSA 65 through 503, 65-505, and 65-508, and KSA 2022 supplemental of 48-3406, and repealing the existing sections, were received on April 19, 2023, and read on April 24, 2023. Quote, as I said in my State of the State address, my North Star as governor is to make Kansas the best place to raise a family. Key to that is ensuring parents have access to safe, affordable, quality childcare. This bill would reverse the progress we've made toward that goal, loosening safety requirements for child care centers and preventing the state from being responsive to individual communities' needs. While I agree, it's time to review our child care policies, we must do it together in a way that improves, not harms, our state's ability to help families and keep kids safe. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2344, end quote. A motion was made that Senate substitute for House Bill 2344 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 81 to 42, the motion failed to receive the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the elected members were appointed to the House of Representatives, and the veto was sustained. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from Governor on House Bill 2236, an act concerning education relating to school districts, establishing a parent's right to direct the education and upbringing of their children, including the right to object to educational materials and activities that are not included in approved curriculum or standards or impair a parent's beliefs, values, or principles, was received on April 24th, 2023, and read on April 25th, 2023. Quote, parents and teachers across Kansas want the same thing, for our kids to get the best education possible. This bill distracts from that goal, inserting partisan policies into the classroom at the expense of our students, parents, and teachers. The best thing we can do for our students is to work together to continue fully funding public education and ensure that they have resources and support to succeed. We can't do that if we are forced to spend millions of dollars on expensive lawsuits. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2236, end quote. A motion was made that House Bill 2236 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 78 to 45, the motion failed to receive the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the elected members or appointed to the House of Representatives, and the veto was sustained. The House adopts the conference committee report to agree to disagree on House Bill 2285 and has appointed Representatives W. Carpenter, Humphreys, and Hoy as second conferees on the part of the House. The House announces the appointment of Representative Wynn to replace Representative Poskin on as a conferee on House Bill 2089. The House announces the appointment of Representative Wynn to replace Representative Poskin as a conferee on House substitute for Senate Bill 113.
All right, so we have 4 line item vetoes. We're going to look at it. We're going to take them one at a time because that's the way the House did. So to get started, Chair recognizes Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll start with the Attorney General's Office, Section 39E. Section 39E is a longstanding proviso that the governor has signed into law previously and was submitted in the governor's budget in both the House and the Senate. Neither chamber edited this proviso that the governor line item vetoed. The price tag for this line item is roughly $165,000 that is used for the Youth Suicide Prevention Coordinator. The governor rationalized that the tobacco settlement funds that go into the Children's Initiative Fund are intended for youth under 5 and that the coordinator position being funded may not primarily target that age group with programming. The message having been read, I move the following line item veto contained in House Bill 2184, Section 39E, be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Just no questions. I have served on the Children's Cabinet in the past and have no problem with these dollars going to suicide prevention. My concern is that we are circumventing the law, and this funding has been in place since 1999, and it's reserved for children from ages birth to 5 years. So this should be funded through the Attorney General and not through this Master Tobacco Settlement Fund. So if our current Attorney General no longer wants to fund this position, it should be moved to Behavioral Health Commission at KDADS. But this transfer should be directly from the key fund, and by not sustaining this veto, we are circumventing the law which set up the key fund to receive the annuity and transfer it to the Children Initiative funds. So the purpose, youth suicide prevention, is very worthwhile, but it should be an SGF investment and not diverting these funds for our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So is it my understanding that the governor is the one who allocated these funds for this purpose?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. The process by which the budget is submitted in both the House and Senate requires that those provisos be submitted by the Division of Budget. So these provisos to implement the governor's budget as it was presented were placed inside the budget and as it was submitted to the House and Senate. The House and Senate did not touch these provisos.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. How long has this proviso been in place?
Senator from Saline.
I believe it has been 3 fiscal years. The first fiscal year, it may have appeared differently in the budget. I don't have that historical proviso in front of me.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so has the law changed as far as the age range that these funds should be allowed to cover?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, it has not, but I would remind the body that the budget bill is a law and that it is written in such a way that it would be possible to simply say, notwithstanding this other law, we are passing this law. So when you vote for the budget, you are voting for a law.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, any closing remarks, Senator from Saline?
No.
So we're going to take these and vote on them individually. So we're now ready for final action on Section 39E. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust Goudreau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wellborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers. Does any senator wish to change their vote or explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. These funds since 1999 with the tobacco settlement have been dedicated to issues directly or initiatives directly for 0 through 5. Since that time, the legislature in Kansas and Kansans as a whole have learned much more about brain development and how important it is that we invest. We should be protecting these funds going for that very thing, 0 to 5 growth. It helps our families, it helps our children, it helps education, it helps job development. That is why I support the governor's veto.
Further explanation? Any changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (28) having voted in favor and 11 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2884, Section 39E. This measure, having reached its constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll move now to the Office of the State Treasurer, the Alternatives to Abortion Program, that is Section 42A. Pregnancy Resource Center proviso directs the State Treasurer to issue an RFP for a nonprofit organization to receive and distribute $2 million via grants to pregnancy resource centers throughout the state. The State Treasurer has made clear he stands ready to perform this task and that it is within the capabilities of his office. The program is modeled after states like Missouri, where they fund their PRCs at $8 million, and states like Tennessee and Texas, where their programs are funded at roughly $100 million each. In Missouri, they have found a cost savings in their social services programs through this investment. Pregnancy resource centers offer counseling, adoption referrals and services, housing assistance, employment counseling and referrals, parenting classes, maternity and infant clothing and supplies, sonograms, testing, and child care assistance. There are over 50 pregnancy resource centers in Kansas that would be eligible for these funds. The message having been read, I move the following line item veto contained in House Bill 2184, Section 42A, be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motions. Are there questions on Section 42A? Seeing none, we're ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye.
Does any senator wish to explain their vote or change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (29) having voted in favor and 11 opposed to the passage of Section 42A of House Bill 2184, having received the 2/3 constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now move to Section 138F under the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. This one is a simple proviso that extends the youth combination lifetime hunting and fishing permit to age 15 and younger from the current 7 and younger. The result of the proviso is a lifetime hunting and fishing permit available for those age 8 through 15 at a price of $502.50 instead of $962.50. The message having been read, I move the following line item veto contained in House Bill 2184, Section 138F, be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions or comments on Section 138F? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kind of an oversight on my part. I didn't realize that 138 was this Wildlife and Parks bill, which is fine. But as it was mentioned, they raised the price for joining up to 16 years old. When we passed a bill, this is less than a year ago, that the recommendation was the ages 4 to 7, and consequently 7 was picked. And the Wildlife and Parks folks said beyond any increase in age could register some extra money that they may not be able to make up for. So they discouraged that, and rather than let's run the thing for a couple of years, and then we can see if we can adjust the amount that needs to be in there. But 16 was definitely off the chart, so I won't be supporting this override.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Following up on those remarks, last year when the legislation was passed for the age of birth to 7, we actually put in funding to make up what the potential loss might be. There was no funding put in this year for what could be the potential loss, because there's a difference between talking about a lifetime hunting and fishing permit for someone who's from birth to 7, because there's, you don't know the potential of whether they actually become a hunter or fisherman when they're born, as opposed to someone between the ages of 8 and 15. More likely that they will, because they've already, their family circumstances or what they've been exposed to is much greater. So this has a $6 million potential loss of funding for wildlife and parks, and as I know the body knows, they are mostly funded through fees, and so that is very problematic when we want the agency to continue to protect our hunting and fishing and property rights throughout Kansas. So I am in opposition as well. I am supporting the veto override.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question was if we had an estimate of the impact of this change on the budget for wildlife and parks, but I heard in the comments from the senator from Wyandotte that might be $6 million. I appreciate the comments from the chair of Agriculture and Natural Resources, because this is an issue we spent some time on in committee trying to find an appropriate balance that would allow encouragement of adults to make this a present for a hunting license, but I agree there has not been the research or the funding looked at enough to simply pass this as a proviso.
Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question. How did it ever get raised to 15 years of age?
Senator,
do you have any idea?
Thank you, Mr. President. It was presented as a proviso during the Budget Conference Committee.
Senator from Meade.
So the people in the conference committee, they decided to raise it from 7 to 15?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would be through the age of 15, so it would be 15.99. You are correct that the individuals on the conference committee made that determination, and that it would be for those birth to age 15 still. There is a 2-tiered system, however, in the pricing, but those 8 through 15 that would be added to the current law would be at $502.50 instead of $962.50.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any idea how much total money this would affect?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is not possible to tell exactly how much this would cost, but I would tell you that there are two protections in this that exist. One is that this only lasts for a single fiscal year, so that determination could be made of what it truly does cost for those ages 8 through 15. There is also the Wildlife and Parks Fee Fund ending balance, which at last check was at roughly $2.5 million plus.
Senator from Meade.
Okay, thank you very much. I do encourage young people to fish. I just didn't like the process. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Senator from Saline, any closing comments?
No, sir.
We're now ready for final action on Section 138F. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascudo. Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
Any explanations of vote? Any changes of vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. "21 having voted in favor and 17 opposed to the override is lost. Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. President. Final one here. We're going to go to Section 143. It is an all-agency proviso that relates to federal and state grant funding database. This is a proviso that requires an existing database with existing data to be made available to the public via a searchable website. All federal and state grant applications would be made available with information to include applicant organization name, county of project, a project description, the dollar amount, and the date the agency received the application. The information would then need to be posted within 30 days of a grant being awarded. This message having been read, I move the following line item veto contained in House Bill 2184, Section 143, be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
For the motion, are there questions on Section 143? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I do have a question for the senator from Saline. This refers to all grants, and would that be all funding across all departments and all boards?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Correct. It states in the proviso any state agency that is named in this act, which is the budget bill, which I would presume extends to every state agency and entity, that those would all be subject to this proviso, that the information be made public, and that it be made public within 30 days of the grant being awarded, not applied for.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And why would we want to show or cause these agencies to have to post the information about anyone who's applied but not received a grant or funding of any type?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. That would just be an issue of transparency, seeing who had applied, what they had applied for, and if individuals were receiving multiples or individuals were being denied multiple grants. That information would then be searchable in a database.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And is that kind of information currently required anywhere within our funding sources?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. What I think you're asking is this information already collected? And that would be correct. Is this information already available for the agency to provide? That would be correct. So the only issue would be its public accessibility and searchability via a website.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And thank you for that, is there any minimum threshold for what the applicants may have applied for?
Senator from Saline.
No, the proviso does not have any distinction based upon the amount that is requested from a state or federal government. The federal portion of that, of course, because of all of the recent dollars coming down from the federal government, there has been an increase in the number of grants and awards that has been coming out of our state government that individuals are seeking access to.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So it wouldn't matter whether a small business was applying for a grant for $30,000 or a corporation was applying for $10 million. Since there's no minimum threshold, then whether they were or were not awarded the funding, their information would have to be posted. Is this correct?
Senator from Saline.
Yes, correct. And I just want to reiterate that the information being requested is not exactly private information. It's an organization name, the county where the project would be located, a description of the project, the dollar amount being requested, and the date that the agency received that request application. Those are the only items that would be public.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. To my knowledge, and maybe the Senator from Saline can clarify that, I don't believe that all agencies throughout government have the capacity right now to list all of this information on a public site. So it appears that these agencies would have to come up with a new reporting system that they do not have in place. Is the Senator aware if that's correct information or not?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been told by those offering the proviso, this did come from the House side, that this information is already contained in an existing government database and that the steps that would need to be taken would simply to be making them available to the public via a searchable website.
Senator from Saline. Sorry, Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I've moved. Thank you for that information. I'm not a computer guru, but having information contained and then also having the capacity in place or the structure in place to post it within that 30-day time frame may not necessarily be the same and has cost and unintended consequences in itself. The other thing is you just mentioned this was a proviso that came from the House, and as has been mentioned with before, this to me is a major piece of information that it would behoove us to have more of an understanding about the costs that's involved with this being available information posted, and also for my information, I would want to know how many of our agencies are being impacted. I know that there's been concern about even though it's a process that we ourselves as a body have set up of how federal funds have been distributed. But this is more than that. This is any kind of grant process. And so this did not have any, this never was came before the Senate. It did not have any hearing or a bill brought before us. So I think it's is not the right way for this kind of major legislation to move forward. I would want to sustain the governor's veto of this.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize to the body. I was at a joint committee hearing this morning and missed this discussion or a caucus. I want to be sure I understand on this particular deal. Is this just basically public agencies being required to submit discretionary grant award information, or would this contend to, say, private businesses being required to submit as well?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. The proviso specifically states any state agency that is named in this act. So this is the budget bill. I'm presuming that every state agency is named in the budget bill, so it would just be state agencies. I could be wrong if a state agency is omitted from the bill.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as far as then, I want to be sure I understand the preceding dialogue, the discussion is, first of all, do we know, Mr. President, if there was a particular vendor or a commercial interest that introduced this proviso? Do you know how this got originated on the House side?
Senator Saline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. The individual who brought it on the House side, I believe, had some issues. It was a representative who had some issues with the transparency on some of the base grants that were issued in that individual's district, and they were seeking more clarity on the accessibility of this information to the public and to each and every one of us.
Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just so I understand, if this veto provision were to be overridden and would become law as part of this budget, is this going to require a commercial application to basically, so with that we basically have to migrate the data from existing government database or databases, and then there would have to be a new proprietary platform which this information would be presented. Do we understand, Mr. President, how this information is supposed to be reported out going forward?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am unaware of any attempt to create a RFP or a contract that would be awarded to an organization or a private company to accomplish this task. It is my understanding from discussions with the individuals in the House who were interested in having this become law that this information already exists in an existing database, and that the only steps that would need to be taken would be to make these, I believe, 5 pieces of information publicly searchable and available via a website.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just so I understand, these 5 pieces of information, was the House basically stating that the information is there, all the discretionary grant award information is there, it's already all being collected, and so there are existing applications, what, at the state level, Mr. President, or how, when they talk about the 5 pieces of information already there, once again, is it complete currently? Would there be any additional collection mechanisms required to be set up? And once again, how would this be reported out? Is there existing IT infrastructure in place, and where does that reside?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. The items that, again, to my understanding via conversations with individuals from the House, the only items that would be necessary to affect the public availability of this information would be the database being accessible via a searchable website, so there would not be a new database application necessary, and that the 5 items of information, I think I'm counting them correctly, but it is simply the organization's name, the county of the project, a project description, a dollar amount, and the date the agency received the application. all of which, if you look at the grants that have been applied for via the BASE process or Spark process, would be included in those applications.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to once again sustain the governor's veto on this. My concern is purely basically from an implementation and cyber perspective. These 5 pieces of information, once again, they may appear benign, but my concern is that I don't know what those 5 pieces of information are. I'm concerned about basically if the feeling here is that the database has already existed. We're not going to have to port data out of the database and move it somewhere else. I'm really concerned, Mr. President, is basically as far as the security protocols that would be in place to have this presented. Quite honestly, I'm concerned that maybe the originators of this legislation, maybe they may not have the sufficient technical background to understand, obviously in a non-malicious manner, but I wonder what types of vulnerabilities potentially, number one, it's opening up to our state agencies to go with this language that is not defining the actual IT foundation of this. Quite honestly, Mr. President, this would be something I think that maybe this should have been run by JCIT, but I don't think this is prudent, and I really have no idea from just an implementation standpoint what are the security vulnerabilities here that need to be mitigated, and more importantly, just as importantly, just what's this going to cost and who's going to bear that burden. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have a question for the senator from Saline. Is it the case that much of this information is available, but at various state agency databases, not in a single database?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do not know. When we spoke of it, it was said that it was an existing database, singular, not plural. So my assumption in those discussions was that there is an aggregator of this information.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our discussion in our caucus this morning, in receiving some information from the governor's staff, that was not my understanding. My understanding was that various agencies have this information, but it has not been aggregated. And so if there is a requirement to aggregate it, what department is taking on this responsibility?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Department of Administration would take on this responsibility. I've discussed this particular item with the Secretary of Administration and Budget Director, and there is an opportunity, of course, during our conference committees as we work on the omnibus budget to come to some conclusions on this as we go through the process. But this particular item, it is my understanding that it would be under the Department of Administration.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So is there a timeline for this? If the database does not exist as a single database at this point, when does that 30-day time clock start?
Senator from Saline.
It would be a requirement during the fiscal year. In reviewing the specifics, it would be the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2024 and June 30th, 2025. So this item would need to be accomplished by July 1 of 2023 from what I am reading in the proviso itself.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there money in the budget at this time to cover any costs for initiating this single database?
Senator from Saline.
Thank you, Mr. President. This proviso does not contain funding. It is simply a language proviso.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we are asking an agency to have something done by July 1st, that is only being passed at this point. I think it's a very awkward situation. I think there should be a better understanding of the cost, and there should be funding, because we're talking about the budget, funding that goes with this. I understand a concern about having information available. I would much prefer that the Joint Committee on Information Technology be asked to look at this and come up, not with a proviso, because we're going to be now creating a database that's only going to be used for a year. Not sure when it's going to be accomplished, and I think we're setting an agency up for failure.
Further questions, Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few comments. You know, I think we are in a point where we can't just minimize the amount of work it takes to do some of these IT projects. I can almost guarantee you, I'm gonna give you a 99.5% chance that it's not just one database. We can't just expose a database to the web. That's not why it works. We gotta be cautious when a legislator with limited amount of IT experience says that it's there and it's ready to go. We know the data's out there, but there is, all I can see is we can probably output something from a database, consolidate it, and slap it onto a web page and call it a day. And that's fine for a year, and I love the transparency, but that does take time and processes to look across 100 agencies. I mean, this is ridiculous to think that this is just gonna happen at the flip of a switch from an IT perspective. I think we should look at this from JCIT. I'm encouraged by the idea in Omnibus to take a look at the process, look at the nuts and bolts that go into something like this to provide that kind of transparency. I don't mean to overcomplicate it, but also we need to be careful about not minimizing things like this that have a lot of implication, Mr. President. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, Senator, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the database I was referring to that's already in existence was created 2+ years ago. It's the transparency database. This information would simply be added to that database. And with that, I would close.
We are now ready for final action on section 143. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Lazy. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Gudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Leavenworth. Further changes, explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Having voted in favor and 11 opposed, to the passage of Section 143, having reached its two-thirds constitutional majority, is hereby declared overridden. Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republicans will caucus at 4 p.m. in room 548, and I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 4 p.m. in room 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess till 4:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's recessed.
The Senate Ways and Means Subcommittee will conference at 3:50. Room 348 South. Excuse me, 548 South.
The Senate will come to order. Message from the House, the clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2002. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Sub for House Bill 2060. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 174. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 131, Sub Senate Bill 131.
Chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bills: Senate Bill 131 and Senate Bill 174.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. We now do conference committee reports. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on Senate Bill 174. I will address you one more time. The senator recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Appreciate the body's patience. Conference Committee for Senate Bill 174 does contain several provisions in it, some that this body has seen before, some not. The Conference Committee report did pass the House today, and the vote was 113-9. Senate Bill 174, one of the provisions it contains is Senate Bill 244, which did pass this chamber. It concerns the jurisdiction of the Office of Attorney General to prosecute crimes that occur in more than one county. We heard testimony in Judiciary Committee that it was intended to create the authority for the Attorney General to prosecute crimes. We were hearing about crime rings that would go into one big box store in one county and then another in another county and continue on. It would give new jurisdiction to the Attorney General to have original jurisdiction to prosecute those crimes rather than being invited in to prosecute those by the county DA or prosecutor. In conference committee, the House wanted to restrict that authority to being able to prosecute in 2 or more counties for a crime that touched more than 2 counties, to theft or RICO violations, because that was the nature of the testimony that we heard in House and Senate Judiciary Committees. So we agreed to that in conference. The other piece that we have heard before is Senate Bill 174. If you remember, that creates the crime of fleeing and eluding from law enforcement on foot. And the House clarified it a little further and said that one of the elements of the crime would be you would have to have a visual or audible signal to stop before the you could be charged with the crime of fleeing and eluding on foot. And that was agreed to in conference committee. The other portion is House Bill 2023. House Bill 2023 did get a hearing in Senate Judiciary. It is the bill that would create the crime of interference with a healthcare provider and increased penalties for battery against a healthcare provider. In conference committee, the conference committee agreed to only advance the part of the bill that would increase the level of severity of a crime of battery against a healthcare provider, and did not then create the new crime of interference with a healthcare provider. That portion of the bill was not received well in Senate Judiciary Committee, and so the House agreed to take that portion out. The rest of House Bill 2023, as requested by our healthcare provider community, was kept in. And it does address battery, the physical laying of hands on a healthcare provider, so that our prosecutors would have additional tools to prosecute those crimes. Finally, the other piece of the bill, the conference committee report, is House Bill 2398. And what 2398 does is it increases the penalties and expands the definition of manufacturing of fentanyl and increases the definition of substances that include fentanyl, increases the penalty for those. That was a position that the Senate Judiciary Committee heard. We heard 2 bills on increasing penalties for distribution or manufacture of fentanyl, so the conference committee agreed to that. And we also had the conference committee put in the portion that came out of Senate Judiciary, which was if you manufacture a drug and you make it attractive to minors, make it look like candy and it has fentanyl in it, that is an increase in your penalty as well. Increases the severity level of crime for making it attractive to minors. Finally, the part of House Bill 2398 that was included in the conference committee report is taking off the list of illegal drug paraphernalia, testing equipment for fentanyl, ketamine, and GHB. Ketamine and GHB are drugs known as drugs that help facilitate sexual assault and date rape. And so it was important to the House. They have voted on that bill almost unanimously. It was 121-0 in the House, and as well as legalizing fentanyl strips has passed the House, I think, 3 times with large bipartisan support. With including the legalizing fentanyl test strips in the report, it's important to note that there is no guaranteed safe way to use illicit drugs. And even with the utilization of a test strip, again, does not guarantee the safe use of an illicit drug. It was a strong position in the House. In the Senate Judiciary Committee, there has been an effort to have elected law enforcement officials. You know, what is your position on it? And we have heard that their position is neutral. We didn't have any proponent or opponent testimony from elected law enforcement officials. And in fact, on the 2 fentanyl bills that Senate Judiciary Committee successfully passed favorably out of committee that we heard on increasing penalties, there was no discussion by our law enforcement community who did come and testify asking for a change in the fentanyl test strip policy. I've talked with law enforcement, and if the bill were to become law, and a stop were made and someone were to be found to have possession of fentanyl test strips, it would no longer be illegal to possess those if the bill passes, because it would not be considered drug paraphernalia. It could, however, under the totality of circumstances in front of the law enforcement officer, could arise to the level of reasonable suspicion, and under those circumstances, then a search could be done for the drugs or other drugs. For instance, if you have stopped a drug dealer or drug manufacturer. But it will no longer, if the bill passes, be illegal to possess the test strips. So the House committee and did hear some testimony from mental health care providers. Law enforcement conversations have been to the effect that there haven't been any definitive studies that show the impact of legalizing what is currently categorized as drug paraphernalia. So with that, it is a strong House position. It was part of the conversation in conference committee to get the bill to a position on these other issues as well, that we could talk about this on the Senate floor today. And with that, Mr. Vice President, I would stand for questions.
Would you like to move your motion, please?
I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 174.
Are there any questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to take a quick second. I know this is the bundling season, and I thank the chair of the Judiciary for outlining the various provisions of these different measures that are in this conference committee report. I will not go through the litany of concerns I continue to have about part of it. Certainly there are good aspects. We're all happy, or should be, about certain provisions, especially when it comes to drug testing. But I will not ask the questions that I'd written down too, but I do want to point out one part of it, this crime of interference with law enforcement that's in the original 174. And just to underscore to you, Mr. Vice Chair, and to the senator from Johnson, all of them, and others, that this is really not a public safety measure. There are many people who really, if approached by the police, and they're a pedestrian minding their own business, who are approached and may take off running. Some people are just police averse. Believe it or not, Mr. Vice Chair, perhaps not in your neck of the woods, but in some of mine, a cop just comes up to you and wants to start having a conversation for whatever reason, and you have no reason to. They just don't want to have that interaction. So this part of this conference committee report continues to concern me. There are good parts of it, but we're not doing anything for public safety here. We're only going to have an impact on our prison space. And I respect the Kansas Sentencing Commission. I'm a member of it. And their estimate, which is put later on in our brief, I think ours is at 7-174, suggests there won't be an increase to bed space impact, but there will. And there will be the impact on public safety will be de minimis, and it's just crazy. It is crazy that we're allowing or enhancing this and trying to explain why there's no reason to stop, what otherwise a citizen would be, who has a right to be peaceable and stand there, to have this incursion, this big brother just approaching you. So anyway, I won't belabor the point. I wish I could vote for the rest of this bill. Again, the drug testing, and there are other measures in it, but there's just absolutely no reason to do this. And we'll come back and revisit this after the body passes at some other time, when we see how expensive it is and how, in fact, it does nothing to increase public safety, nor to provide a deterrent to people who just want to be peaceable on the corner and just don't want to have some incursion by police. Thank you for allowing me to explain my position, or try to explain my position, Mr. Vice Chair, Vice President.
Senator from Johnson, or Senator Warren, do you care to respond?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, Mr. Vice President, I want to make clear to the body and to address the concerns brought by the good senator from Wyandotte that the bill simply continues existing law, that the stop by law enforcement can only occur if the officer has reason to stop the person under continuing law, under the law as is. That doesn't change at all by this bill. And it does provide what we put into the conference committee report at the suggestion of the House, additional safeguards that you have only committed the crime of interference with law enforcement if the officer has given the person visual or audible signal to stop, and of course already has the existing reason in law to stop the person for reasonable suspicion of a crime having been committed or about to be committed. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Reno, Senator Stephan.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly repeat what I said in caucus. The fentanyl test strips we have to keep in mind unintended consequences. They may save a few, they're going to cost us some people too. It ultimately, in many scenarios, is enabling people to use drugs, encouraging people to explore with illegal drugs, and that will be an unintended consequence. If we are serious about dealing with this problem, we would take into consideration the reality of the overdose deaths from 2019 to 2021. They went up 700% from 2019 to 2021. The only explanation for that is a wide open border with drugs pouring across our border. So while fentanyl test strips are the panacea of today's herd mentality, the reality is unintended consequences. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you care to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just to reiterate that with that portion of the bill, were it to become law, it does not and is not intended to ensure the safe use of illicit drugs. And even with the test strips, that would not be the case.
Seeing no other questions, we will hold for final action. Now calling the chair, the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, on sub for Senate Bill 131.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on substitute for Senate Bill 131.
You may explain.
Thank you. As was mentioned earlier, this is a time of bundling, and there are three portions to this bill. It just passed the House by 118 to 4. The first part is about a sports waiver. It authorizes healthcare professionals licensed in another state traveling with a sports team to practice their profession within Kansas for a short period of time while they're here with the team. Another portion of this would amend a provision in the Pharmacy Act of the state of Kansas to add pharmacy technicians who are at least 18 years of age and they're under the direct supervision and control of a pharmacist to the list of those who are authorized to administer vaccinations. The bulk of this bill was brought to us by the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, also called BSRB. As you may know, there is a shortage of behavioral health professionals. And so what they were requesting has to do with eligibility for reciprocity of licensing, temporary license for social work graduates of education programs seeking accreditation, expediting applications, reciprocity of licensing across state lines, temporary licensing, reduction of continuing education hours for some licensing, reduction in credit hours for specialist clinical social workers, marriage and family therapist education requirements have been amended, behavior analyst licensing, board membership, some definitions, and temporary reinstatement of expired license. What they presented to our committee was that this would help tremendously with the shortage that we are facing of health professionals, and that's the three pieces of this bill.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We are ready for final action. We are ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the Conference Committee reports and sub for Senate Bill 131, Senate Bill 174. The clerk will read the titles.
Substitute for Senate Bill number 131, an act concerning certain healthcare providers. Senate Bill number 174, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Blasey. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reddy. Reichman. Schallenberger. Steffen. Straub. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? The chair recognizes the senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Aye.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I changed my pass on Senate Bill 131 to aye, and my pass on Senate Bill 174 to no. And Mr. Vice President, I'd like to explain my no vote on 174.
If you may, let me finish up the votes and then
Thank you.
give you a chance to explain. Chair recognizes the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote aye.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Now we'll have explanation of vote.
No, I haven't voted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I vote aye.
Now we'll have explanation of vote. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I agree with the majority of the language in Senate Bill 174. I had a lot of Zoom meetings in Wichita, Sedgwick County with the best sheriff in town, Sheriff Jeff Easter, on the fentanyl issues, the other issues. I support 100%. Mr. Vice President, this morning, when it was about 4 a.m., 5 a.m. I woke up this morning and the television in the hotel room where I live when I'm here at the Capitol in Topeka, there was, and I don't know if you saw it or if anybody else saw it, but there was a situation where a highway patrol had a person on the side of the road handcuffed, and another motorist passed by and just took that highway patrolman out, and the force of it, the person who was standing there in the handcuffs ran a little bit. And I thought about this legislation and said, will that person be charged with fleeing? And it just, and I received phone calls from my constituents who have had these situations occur. So for that measure in 174, I vote no. And no, Mr. Vice President, I don't want my word spread across the journal. It won't matter anyway, but I just wanted to explain my no vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I changed my pass to aye on 131 and aye on 174.
Duly noted. Chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Explanation on Senate Bill 131. The timing of the passage of Senate Bill 131 couldn't be better with the NFL draft kicking off tonight. As one of 4 states that does not have provisions to allow team doctors and other healthcare providers to work on their players when visiting Kansas for an event, this bill puts in place a critical process that is needed for sports teams to ensure the safety of their players while visiting our great state. It also fixes an issue that was inhibiting schools like the University of St. Mary from building much-needed programs that help Kansas train professionals to address mental health issues in our state. I vote aye.
Would you like to have your words spread across the journal? Duly noted. Chair recognizes the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
EOV on explanation of vote on 174, my no vote, Mr. Vice President, if you will, and I will actually submit comments that will paraphrase this. The long and short of it is 174 does provide many good measures that should be included, we need to have included regarding the testing strips, but I continue to be concerned about the ruse that is being played under the pretext of public safety for the fleeing and eluding for pedestrians who might flee. And this is not a public safety measure. We are not going to be safer on our streets because of this. It's only going to add bed space, and it's unnecessary to provide greater armament for harassment of general population or general Kansans that we are now arming with this measure, or now arming them with. And again, I will paraphrase these comments and submit them in writing for the journal. Thank you.
Are there other explanations of vote? Seeing none, are there any changes to vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. "38 having voted in favor, 2 against. Senate Bill 131. 31 having voted in favor, and 7 against Senate Bill 174. These measures having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Please recess just a moment, or excuse me, stand at ease.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move the Senate reconsider its previous action on House Sub for Senate Bill 169.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Division's been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you. Can you clarify how many votes it takes to reconsider?
It's my understanding it would take 27.
Thank you.
On a motion to reconsider, Chair Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Lazy, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fag, Faust-Godot, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Klutz, Longbein, Masterson, McGinn, Olson,
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been thinking about this bill since we voted on it yesterday. Talked to my wife quite a bit about it. I come in early, pulled off the tax code, ran the numbers. You know, someone making, got a special needs kid making very little money at the bottom, breaks even. With the inflation that we've had this year, I see this bill that the more I look at it, it's got a lot of money going to corporate that I don't recall ever voting on. Over 120 million over 3 years. The individual, the bracket we've got is poorly laid out. I would like to know better where that money's going. And the only thing I can figure out by doing my math and running the tax calculations, people that are making more than 100,000 are doing really well in this tax bill. And I struggle with that. With today, with inflation that's going on, people are hurting. I supported this last night, and I really kind of wish I wouldn't have, because I think we can do better. I think we got a pretty good tax bill. I like a lot of the things that are in it, and how it's done. I just don't think we did enough for the people at the bottom. And I think we can do without corporate. I think there's going to be a downturn around the corner, and so I'm going to vote no.
O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reddy, Reichman, Schallenberger, Steffen, Straub, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Explanation of vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We heard some false information. This is not a corporate bill. The only thing in this for corporations is legislation that passed last year in the Apex bill. It gives the corporations a 0.5% in 2024 and 2025, and this accelerates to 1% in 2025. This bill is about the average low-income taxpayer, And if you don't see that, you're in denial. It lowers income tax for every income taxpayer in Kansas. I explained it to the good senator from Johnson earlier. It's going to be an income tax for him. It cuts Social Security. We get to exempt Social Security gradually. It moves to $100,000 and $5,000 every year after that. This is a vote for the people of Kansas, and I stand proud voting for Kansas taxpayers. We've got over $1 billion in surplus, Mr. President, $1.5 billion in the bank. We can deal with this, pass it for the taxpayers, and adjust the percentage next year if needed. And I guarantee you it's not going to be needed. Revenue estimates have us $3 billion up. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recall the Senate saying, this is not, since it's a motion to reconsider, this is not callable. This is not a final action vote. Further explanation? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to briefly explain a little bit why I changed my vote. I felt like I had not done my due diligence to look at the profiles, which is something that I have done for many, many years as being a past budget chair. And I wanted to make sure the out years looked good. So I actually ran several profiles and put even other things in there or other possibilities that could happen. And the profile, it does not sync like we may have been suggesting that it would do. And, you know, I can remember years ago people not even wanting a stabilization fund. And I heard people say, it's because why do we as the state have a savings account? It's not our money. But we went through a recession, we went through a policy change, and we had some very, very difficult years. And we have since made those corrections, and then we also had some very prosperous years as well. And so our stabilization fund has built up. And it's not my money, it is the people's money, but I understand why we have one. And you know, it used to be you had to keep a 7.5% balance. And the thing about the stabilization fund, you had new people come to the legislature either right during when we were broke or after and felt like we needed to have a savings account. And I'm fine with that. It's $1.6 billion. Okay. But we also have a huge chunk of change in our ending balances. And I'm back to, it's not our money. We are the ones that appropriate for those services and the things that we feel our citizens across this state need. We've done investments in businesses that have brought businesses, so we've made some good votes. But at what point in time do we keep our piggy bank growing higher and higher and our ending balances grow higher and higher without trying to put forth some kind of a plan that gives this money back to the people of Kansas and in a responsible way? And you could say, oh, years 26, years 27, you know, maybe you're decreasing or whatever. But we don't know what years 26 and 27 will bring. And we come back here every year. The beauty of Kansas, we do a budget every year, and we can make corrections every year as we need to. So I just wanted to provide that little bit of explanation, and I do feel comfortable now about the profile in the next few years.
Any further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 25 having voted in favor and 14 opposed, the motion fails. Are there announcements before we adjourn? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Ways and Means Budget Committee will conference at 6:45 in room 112.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republicans will caucus in the morning at 9 a.m. in room 548. I yield to the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 9 a.m. in room 287 North tomorrow morning. I yield back to the Senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adjourn till 10 a.m. April 28th. April 28th.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Senate's adjourned.